Dragon SpaceX for 4.700.
Go ahead, SpaceX.
Okay, Doug, we're just a couple minutes into the planned suit donning time. I wanted to give you guys a go for all sections of 4.700 deorbit preparation. We are standing by to support suit don.
Okay, copy that. We are through section 3, and we'll report the status of the inventory here in a few minutes. And copy go for suit donning. And just as a status for that, we are in our comfort garments and our orthostatic garments, and we have started the fluid loading protocol.
Okay, SpaceX copies. We'll listen up for that inventory in a few minutes. And you got your comfort garments, orthostatic garments, and have started fluid loading. Thank you for the update.
All right, so we just heard a call up to the crew as they're getting into some of their activities to get ready for this deorbit burn. So they're about to get suited up. We heard they're in their comfort garments. So those are essentially the black athletic clothes that they're going to wear as the base layer underneath their suits. They're also in what they called orthostatic garments, and those are essentially compression pants or compression shorts that they're wearing, and that helps to kind of squeeze that helps to kind of increase the blood flow as they're going to be going from all of the fluids and they're being up around their head to being back in a gravity situation where your blood, everything kind of pools around your legs just due to the pull of gravity. These garments kind of squeeze the legs and force some of that blood back up, so it's not as kind of a jarring of a transition from the fluid shift happening. So they're doing that to prepare for their readaptation to gravity, also doing fluid loading, which has been just shown to help with orthostatic intolerance. So essentially they won't feel as dizzy or disoriented once they get back down. It helps by actually increasing the amount of plasma in the blood even for once they re-enter gravity. So all that going on board right now on Dragon.
Yeah, so it's exciting to hear that they are beginning to enter the last phases that they as crew members need to complete prior to re-entry. We're about 2 hours and 20 minutes away from the next physical milestone in terms of the vehicle itself. We'll have what's known as claw separation, and that's where the mechanism that basically contains the umbilicals for power and telemetry and fluids between the trunk and the capsule, we will separate that in order to allow us to jettison the trunk. By doing so, the heat shield of the capsule will be exposed and allowing Dragon to be ready for re-entry. A couple minutes after we jettison the trunk away from the capsule, we will then maneuver the capsule into a position to allow for it to perform the deorbit burn. This will be the burn that places Dragon on its final trajectory. We are aiming for the Gulf of Mexico today, specifically off the coast of Pensacola, Florida, is our designated landing zone. After the deorbit burn completes, which we're expecting that to be about 11.5 minutes, we will then close the nose cone and lock it, and then a couple minutes after that completes, we'll begin to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere, and things will start to get pretty hot.
Yeah, and everything is going to be standing by in the recovery zone once they're done with that deorbit burn, that re-entry through the Earth's atmosphere, and eventually landing under parachutes. This is a live view from the Go Navigator, which is still making its way out to the recovery zone. It left port just a few hours ago, just about 2 hours and 10 minutes ago. making its way out from Pensacola to the anticipated splashdown zone. It's going to be on station about 3 nautical miles away from the anticipated splashdown site, at which point it'll take it just around 30 minutes to close in on the capsule following the splashdown. As we did discuss earlier, that was pretty much the only issue that had come up so far today, was with a backup generator on the Go Navigator. They were not able to get a replacement one on board in time, but all the flight rules still enable us to go through with this operation. Go Navigator, with its primary generator, still fully capable of effecting a recovery this morning.
Yeah, so that recovery time, we're looking at 11:48 a.m. Pacific, 18:48 Universal. So if you want to take a nap, you have a couple of hours before the action really kicks in. But we will continue to be bringing you coverage throughout the entire mission. Hopefully we'll have some more great views from Go Navigator, our recovery ship making its way to the splashdown location. Like we said before, the recovery vessel is currently carrying about 40 people. They all have, it's actually a combination of SpaceX and NASA people. They all have specific jobs, and whenever we are actually performing the recovery operations, you only see a small handful of those individuals on board, because safety is the top priority, not only for Bob and Doug, but also for the personnel on board. So we'll make sure that unnecessary personnel will be away and in one of the back rooms, whereas the operational deck during active recovery mission or during active recovery operations will have those key personnel involved. And we will be able to see the descent all the way through splashdown, as well as the fast boat approach. So those are the 2 smaller boats that make their way to Dragon after it splashes down. They're the ones that are doing the initial preparation of the capsule, preparing it to be lifted out of the water and onto the recovery vessel. So we have quite a bit coming up, and we're looking forward to being able to show you all of that. As I've mentioned before, the recovery team is a newer one here at SpaceX, since the whole crew recovery process is newer, and it's really cool that we get to showcase them a little bit. The last time we were able to do so was about a year ago, year and a half almost, and on the Demo 1 mission. So be sure to stay tuned throughout the entire recovery process, because once the capsule is lifted up and out of the water and is secured to the deck of the ship, that will be our first opportunity to hopefully get a couple thumbs up from Bob and Doug, indicating that they're feeling good after their return.
Yeah, we expect it to take about an hour from splashdown to them getting out of the capsule. A lot of it will be those initial checks happening in the opening minutes following splashdown, and it'll take about 30 minutes for the primary vessel, the Go Navigator, to get very close to the Dragon capsule itself. And then once it's there, it'll take only a few more minutes to lift it up onto the boat and then move it on that nest towards the crew recovery platform. So it's a platform with enough space for just a couple of people underneath the helipad on board the Go Navigator, where they'll be able to open up the hatch. SpaceX's Anil Menon, one of the flight surgeons that works here, is going to be the first one through the hatch. He'll do a quick check on Bob and Doug, making sure they're ready to come out, and then we'll be assisting them out of the capsule and immediately over into a medical facility on board. They'll be on there for just a little while, and then we'll look to land a helicopter on board the ship, and then they'll catch a quick flight back to Pensacola.
Yeah, so after that, they'll also then be transplanted by airplane back to Houston after they complete those checkouts at the Pensacola Naval Air Station. And then the best part of the day, family reunions. So I'm sure Bob and Doug are looking forward to being able to give their family hugs again in less than 24 hours. If you were tuned in earlier in the webcast, you may have caught the special wake-up message sent to Bob and Doug to bring them out of their sleep phase. It was nothing short of precious and adorable, a message from both of their sons. They each have one son, and it was a nice little audio recording saying, "Daddy, wake up, wake up, wake up." So highly encourage you to check it out, because it is certainly heartwarming and quite a special opportunity to be able to share a moment like that with their family from far away.
And they were pretty adamant. It's a good thing we have weather, because it sounds like those kids are expecting their dads home today. I think one of them's got to go get a dog. so he's excited.
That's what it sounds like.
But everything's gone extremely smoothly with Dragon's flight. It all started yesterday on Saturday when they loaded in and departed the International Space Station. Since then, we've had a series of steps, all executed flawlessly. We haven't had any issues tracked with Dragon during the departure and the setup for splashdown. Again, today, this is our prime location. This is our prime opportunity. So once we undock from station, Dragon had an identified prime and a backup, the alternate, which was several days later. If we were unable to land today, we would target a different site 48 hours later. It's actually about 47 hours from the initial splashdown target to the secondary. And that secondary was locked in a few hours ago as Panama City. But everything's looking great with the weather today. As we talked through, we had constraints of about 10 miles an hour for the wind. And our initial weather report last night, we were about a mile an hour, and we just got upgraded to about 2 miles an hour.
That is correct.
Winds have doubled, but when you go from 1 to 2 miles an hour, we're still well within the limits. So still looking forward to an on time and a good splashdown today.
Yeah, the other good news coming out of that most recent weather report is that the waves are also looking really calm. The threshold for the waves is based on how high the wave is going to get and how frequently. So waves occur in this type of pattern, and for safety reasons, we can't have high waves or waves at a certain height occurring very frequently. That makes recovery operations dangerous. And we're pleased to report that the last information that we got regarding the weather anticipated at splashdown are very small waves. I pulled up here real quick. It was something like, yeah, here we go. Just half a foot occurring every 6 seconds. So you can basically think of it as if your ocean baseline is here, every 6 seconds if your ocean baseline is here, every 6 seconds, your wave comes up a half a foot every 6 seconds. So really calm. So we're really happy to see that while unfortunately the weather in the Atlantic Ocean landing zones wasn't really cooperating, we're very happy to report that the anticipated weather for splashdown today is going to be mild, and based on the views that we were seeing from Go Navigator earlier, quite the picture-perfect day.
And weather is something that we track very closely. If you've been following the mission since May, you know weather was definitely in the conversation back when we launched, where we had to scrub the first attempt just due to some bad weather that moved into the area. But we're able to just kind of pinpoint right between some clouds for that second launch attempt on May 30th. And then we were watching it extremely closely today, too, or even in the lead up to where we are today. And we're going to continue to have weather checkpoints all the way up until about an hour and a half before landing. That's really the final opportunity we have to wave off. And we actually have a question from Twitter. Just a reminder, use the hashtag AskNASA on Twitter, and we'll try to get to your question throughout the morning. And this one from Demi wanted to know, if the splashdown were to be scrubbed, could Dragon go back to ISS, or could they be in the orbit on their own? For this mission, we don't have a plan essentially to re-rendezvous with the International Space Station. We weren't going to undock until we had good weather at a prime and alternate location. Both were go at the time that we left. So if for some reason we had to wave off within the next hour or so from Pensacola, Dragon would continue in its orbit. It would make some adjustments over the next 47 hours, and then we would target a splashdown at Panama City. We had to lock in that alternate site just a few hours ago. Up until that point, for the first about 12 hours or so, Dragon has the ability to change alternate sites, so we could have targeted one of the other Gulf sites, potentially even going back to Pensacola on the second 2 days later, but we were able to lock in Panama City. And not anticipating to need that, but Dragon does have the ability to wave off and kind of reattempt a splashdown 2 days later.
Yeah, as we mentioned earlier, Dragon will be performing a deorbit burn. That'll last 11.5 minutes. That deorbit burn is the moment where we are sending Dragon on its final trajectory to the landing zone. That deorbit burn maneuvering is performed a little bit less than an hour prior to splashdown itself. So like Dan said, definitely continuing to monitor weather until the very last moment that we can. But there is a little bit of flexibility there in terms of if we have to wave off for 24 or 48 hours, Bob and Doug would remain in the capsule.
All right, our next question comes from Cody Bone O'Brien, who wanted to know what were Bob and Doug doing in space. Well, they spent 62 days on board the International Space Station as crew members of Expedition 63, and they were fully fledged crew members, so they kind of did the full gamut of space station operations. They did everything from executing science, contributing more than 100 hours of their time to executing science experiments on board from pretty much every discipline we have on there, from biology to technology demonstrations, to just learning more about the human body and how it adapts to spaceflight. Bob Behnken was part of 4 spacewalks along with Chris Cassidy. The two of them both now have 10 spacewalks in their careers, ties them with Mike Lopez Alegria and Peggy Whitson as the most for U.S. astronauts. So they were extremely busy while they were on the space station. I know Chris Cassidy was happy to have some help on board, as it's just been him and his 2 Russian cosmonauts for the last several months, and they're kind of back in that situation now, and that's why we're really looking forward to Crew 1 coming up this fall.
Yeah, days on the International Space Station, in addition to spacewalks and performing science experiments, you also have to eat, you have to sleep, and you have to exercise. So it's really easy to see how whenever there are only a couple of people on the International Space Station, that things that are, exercise, eating, and sleeping are absolutely essential. Exercise helps to keep the body strong and try to prevent the effects of that microgravity has on the human body. So when it comes to what might get shifted out a little bit, it's not exercise, it's not eating, it's not sleeping, and so having 2 extra hands on board to assist with things like spacewalks and being able to perform some of the science on board was definitely a help. But in addition to that, Bob and Doug were also completing mission objectives related to Demo 2 while it was docked, making sure that the battery life was as expected, making sure that the solar panels were still absorbing and generating power as expected. So I am sure that by the time that they get home, they will be pretty tired, not just from the dynamic events happening today, but just from the last 2 months as a whole. I'm getting tired just thinking about it.
Ready for a break, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, our next question comes from Philip Hartman, who wants to know how much training does it take to be able to operate, control all of the technology on Dragon and the things on Space Station? I can touch on the space station stuff. We typically train crew members for about 2 years. We've had a couple that kind of cram in that training a little bit shorter than that, but typically crew members get assigned about 2 years out and spend that entire time training just to do day-to-day tasks on board the space station. I mean, that's everything from just operating the basic facilities, learning how to repair all of the major pieces of hardware, like the thing that generates your oxygen or scrubs the carbon dioxide, how the water recycling system works. They get kind of crash courses in operating a bunch of different science hardware that's on board the space station. You kind of have to become a jack of all trades when you're up there, because one day you're a mechanic, the next day you're a physicist, the next day you're spacewalking, and so they get a whole bunch of training that they have to take, and it's done all over the world too.
Yeah, definitely can't call a handyman when something goes wrong.
Yeah.
You are the handyman. Next question comes to us from Abby. Again, this is the hashtag AskNASA on Twitter. This may be a silly question, but is there a telescope on the ISS that the crew can use?
They don't have a telescope. They don't actually have very many windows that look up at the stars. We have a number of science experiments that are on the International Space Station that use its position outside of the Earth's atmosphere to look kind of beyond our solar system. We have some that aren't necessarily telescopes, but like the Alpha Magnetic Spectrometer, which is looking for signs of dark matter. And then we have one that was a Japanese payload. The name is escaping me, but it was essentially looking for pulsars throughout the universe, and was really cool. It was essentially developing a futuristic version of GPS, where it was looking to develop a system or a map where you could use pulsars, some of the brightest objects in the universe, to navigate. And obviously, that's not something we need to worry about right now because we're not leaving our solar system anytime soon. But we're already learning how to do that, and we're using the International Space Station to do it. They have some big lenses for their cameras, but those are pretty much pointed back down towards Earth. Our next question wanted to know, how does the communication to Dragon work? Is it done through satellites?
Partially, yes. If you think about the International Space Station orbiting Earth, it technically is considered a satellite as well as a spaceship.
Really big one.
Yeah. And then we also have ground stations across the world that are able to provide uplinks and downlinks from the station, as well as from Dragon capsule itself. So we try to make all of those connections as direct as possible to us here in Mission Control, for trying to reduce latency and making sure that we get high quality feeds. So we try to avoid ping-ponging as much as possible. But yeah, there are a number of ways, but generally speaking, we go from capsule to ground in as short of a distance as possible.
All right, our next one comes from Juliet, who wants to know, does NASA have a full-size mock-up of the space station in a training facility? We have several, actually. We have a building called the Space Vehicle Mock-up Facility at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, where we have a full-size mock-up of every single habitable module. So that's essentially saying every single module you can actually go inside. There's a huge part of the space station itself that's just external, that isn't pressurized, and the astronauts only really see when they're spacewalking. So to familiarize them with that part, we have a full-size mock-up in the bottom of our swimming pool, the Neutral Buoyancy Laboratory, a 40-foot deep pool where they practice how to spacewalk. So we have several, and they're typically of kind of different fidelity is what we call them. So you'll have some that have real racks, real science hardware, real oxygen generation system built in, and then you'll have some that are just kind of representative of them. They'll be full size, but they might have like a printed poster of what's on the wall here. But you can still use things like that for emergency training. We really try to do as much training on the ground, and I know we do the same in Dragon, in something that's lifelike for what they're about to be flying on once they're in space. So by the time that they get there, a lot of your actions just feel like reflex.
So at this point, we're going to check in on Dragon. Looks like it is about to go over Eastern Europe. We're going to show our ground track here and allow you to follow along. We still have, let me check my timer here. We still have 2 hours and 1 minute until our major milestone begins. That will be the claw separation and preparation to jettison the trunk. Again, that's coming up in 2 hours and 1 minute at 10:51 a.m. Pacific or 18:51 Universal. So stay with us and enjoy watching Dragon traverse the Earth.
SpaceX Dragon for inventory after fluid loading.
Okay, SpaceX is ready to copy fluid inventory after fluid loading.
Okay, from location 10, 2 additional bottles were consumed from bag 207 and 1 from bag 206. So that leaves 208 empty, 207 empty, and 206 with 2 remaining. From location 9, 3 bottles were consumed from 203. So that leaves 203 and 204 as empties. Everything else is per the packing plan.
Okay, thanks for the update. Looks like bag 207 consumed 2 bottles, 206 consumed 1 bottle, 208, 207 are empty, and 206 has 2 remaining. And then from location 9, we copy 2 bottles from 203, I believe, and that means 203 and 204 empty, the rest per packing plan.
From location 9, 203 and 204 are empty, and everything else is per the packing plan.
Okay, copy location 9, correction, 203 and 204 empty, the rest in location 9 per the packing plan.
Good, we're back.
And just one more sanity check, Bob. Could you just tell us the total number of bottles consumed?
Let me try to do the math from my notes here. I believe since departing station, we've consumed 13 bottles.
Okay, copy. 13 bottles. We'll reconcile our records down here and let you know if we got any questions. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Solo. And we're about to close out locations 9 and 10 and be suited, and so it's not going to be practical to go back and re-inventory anything if there's any questions after about 3 minutes. So please let us know if you can early.
Okay, copy. And actually, we do have a question for location 10, bag 206. Can you please read back the quantity there remaining?
Okay, let me unstow that bag. It looks like I made a mistake. I thought they had 3 bottles in each one, and I just reported 1 was removed. But I'll have to unstow the bag to count the quantity inside of 206.
We have a pretty good readout, Bob, that 206 started at 5 bottles. So if you know you took 2 out of there, we can call that one 3.
No, from 206, we took a single bottle out. So let me count them for you.
Okay, thanks for that double check.
And in location 206, there are 4 bottles remaining.
Okay, 4 bottles remaining in 206. That math makes better sense to us. Appreciate it.
All right, well, we are still just getting closer and closer to things really picking up as Bob and Doug get ready to hit the final phase of their flight back to Earth and the end of this Demo 2 mission. Still have a couple of milestones to go, but I mean, everything picked up when we departed the space station yesterday, and it's been a pretty smooth ride so far. So everything really kicked off back on Saturday as on their 62nd day on board the International Space Station and their 63rd day in space, Bob and Doug began to get the capsule ready for their ride home. Everything picked up when they got all of the final cargo into the Dragon capsule and then got themselves in and then closed that hatch, crawling in through the top hatch to the Dragon spacecraft, getting suited up shortly thereafter. Meanwhile, on the station side, Station Commander Chris Cassidy closed the A-Pass hatch, creating what is known as the vestibule, a space between the two hatches that would be exposed to vacuum following undocking. Then we use valves on the Dragon side to draw the air out of that vestibule in a depressurization step, bringing it down to vacuum and getting it ready for that eventual physical separation or undocking. After that was complete, the teams down here on the ground, both in MCCX right behind us in Hawthorne and in the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Houston, did a go-no-go for undocking, making sure everything was good with systems on board Dragon and the health of the International Space Station. Following that go-no-go, we had a successful separation with Dragon using Draco thrusters around its service section to physically separate from the International Space Station. After hooks had driven back that were holding it in place, it executed those 2 quick burns. Then it was on to 4 departure burns spread over a number of hours, initially taking Dragon up and over the International Space Station, which brought it behind, and then after it lowered its orbit beneath the station, eventually bringing it out in front. Following all of those successful departure burns, it was just about time for the crew to get some sleep. And actually, during their sleep period, we were able to do what's known as the departure phasing burn. It's a little off in this timeline as it actually switched in the final hours leading up, but that departure...
Dragon SpaceX, we have you loud and clear for suited comm check.
I read you the same.
Just pausing that timeline as the crew in their suit up steps, they just did a comm check. So they have communications run through the umbilical in their seats directly into their suits where they're able to maintain that conversation with the ground. We heard a little bit of chatters a few minutes ago as they were finishing up that fluid loading. Again, that's done to help with combating orthostatic intolerance. And to put it simply, that's dizziness in most people. Fluid loading can actually help your body react to what's typically a rush of blood away from the head once you get back down in a gravity environment, which can make you extremely dizzy. So fluid loading, you can actually up the amount of plasma in your blood, and that just helps kind of minimize that. They're also wearing what's known as an orthostatic garment, essentially compression pants that's squeezing their legs and forcing some of that fluid from the legs up towards the upper part of their body. So everything's continuing to proceed. They're suited up inside Dragon for the second time in the last 24 hours as we get ready for this deorbit.
Yeah, there on your screen, you can see a shot of our Mission Control Center here at SpaceX headquarters in Hawthorne, California. Those folks there are our Dragon operators, our technical experts that continue to monitor the data and telemetry coming down from Dragon, not only about the vehicle, but of the crew themselves, continuing to make sure that everything is going well and just making sure that we are green or go to step into the next major milestones that we have coming up. At this point, we're about an hour and a half away from that. Those milestones will begin with the claw separation, which is when we initiate the jettison of the trunk. In order to expose the heat shield underneath the capsule, we need to let the trunk go away. So we separate the two. That trunk will actually re-enter the Earth's the trunk will actually re-enter the Earth's atmosphere, and it'll disintegrate upon doing so. Oh, we got our nice little animation back here, so I'll toss it back over to Dan.
Yeah, we did that departure phasing burn. That's what really kind of set us up on our pathway towards where we are today. And then the crew did have a sleep period. This was about a 19-hour phasing, or a 19-hour trip from the station to the splashdown. And then, as Kate was saying, we're almost up to claw and trunk separation.
Yeah, so at 10:51 a.m. Pacific, or 18:51 United time or Universal time, we will have that claw and trunk separation, which, like I said before, will basically allow us to expose the heat shield and prepare us to execute the deorbit burn. The deorbit burn is intended to place Dragon on its final trajectory to its landing zone, which, as we have mentioned before, it's determined to be off the coast of Pensacola, Florida. The deorbit burn will last about 11 and a half minutes. After doing so, we will close and lock the nose cone. We do this in order to protect the forward hatch located there at the top of the capsule. And we do that after the deorbit burn because the thrusters located there in the forward bulkhead are what we use to actually perform the deorbit burn. So once that nose cone is closed, we enter a 6-minute-long communication blackout. This is because we are re-entering the atmosphere. As we encounter that atmosphere and friction builds up, plasma builds up on the external sides of the capsule, creating a barrier, essentially, where we can't command the capsule or receive telemetry. However, Dragon is completely autonomous, so totally fine. It's driving itself at that point anyway. So we will then, like I said, that blackout period lasts for 6 minutes. A couple minutes after that, we will deploy the drogue parachutes. Drogue parachutes are used for a couple of reasons. One, to help slow the vehicle down further before we deploy the main parachutes, as well as to stabilize the vehicle. About a minute after the drogue parachute deployment, we will deploy the 4 main parachutes. If you watched our Demo 1 splashdown, those are big, beautiful orange and white parachutes, and those further decelerate the vehicle down to a mere 15 or 16 miles per hour. That's the speed that they'll be going when they splash down in the Gulf of Mexico. Again, we're targeting just off the east coast of Florida near Pensacola. Once splashdown is confirmed and we cut the main parachutes away so they don't pull the capsule, recovery operations begin immediately. So that entails essentially getting the capsule out of the water and lifting it onto the recovery vessel. And once that is all secure, we open the hatch and we get our first glimpse of Bob and Doug back here on planet Earth for the first time since they launched on Falcon 9 back in late May. So that particular moment will be the first time they get to breathe fresh air, and we're looking forward to getting some thumbs up from them whenever we see them exit the capsule.
And everything's lining up for an on-time splashdown and recovery. We've been following the progress of Go Navigator as it makes its way out to the recovery zone. It left its port in Pensacola just a few hours ago, and we're tracking that it should be arriving on station just about at the top of this current hour. So it'll be there in advance of all of the upcoming hardware milestones where we get into trunk step and everything like that. So it'll be there and ready with the operational teams, a little over 40 personnel on board from SpaceX and NASA, ready to assist in the recovery of the capsule and getting Bob and Doug home.
Yeah. So as those mission controllers there in our mission control center here, just to my left, continue to monitor Dragon's health, we continue to monitor Twitter for your questions. We're using the hashtag AskNASA, and we're trying to get through to as many questions as possible this morning. Our next question comes to us from Jackie. The question is, what is the name of the Dragon recovery vessel that's sailing to the splashdown location? Great question, especially because we actually have 2. The one that we are utilizing today is Go Navigator. This recovery ship is for all of our of all of the splashdown locations on the west coast of Florida. So any potential splashdown location in the Gulf of Mexico is serviced by Go Navigator. For our East Coast landing sites, which we will not be attempting today, we use Go Searcher. Both the Go Navigator and the Go Searcher are identical. They have a fully functional recovery platform as well as medical bays. So it's really nice that we're able to assist the departure process, so departing the International Space Station. It's really great that we're able to assist that departure process by allowing for more opportunities for departure by having more landing sites. So today we are using Go Navigator, and it departed for the landing zone about 2.5 hours ago, I think, at this point. And it is en route to the designated landing zone just off the coast of Pensacola.
All right, and our next question comes from Takur, who wanted to know, what's the importance of inventory check during the splashdown? If you were just listening a few minutes ago, you heard Bob and Doug going through a wide range of inventory checks, and a lot of it was their food and water, particularly the water, as they had just completed that fluid loading. As we've talked about a few times today, we have to meticulously track every single item on a spacecraft for the obvious reasons, like if an astronaut needs to find it, it helps to know where it is. And then for some of the less obvious reasons, like we have to track where everything is, and if something is missing in a spacecraft, you have to kind of halt work once it's back on the ground and make sure you find it. And then also for things like food and water, that's something we call a consumable. So those are essentially resources that you have a finite amount of. Food, water, obviously one of those. They have about 3 days worth of food and plenty of water on board. It wasn't the limiting consumable for this flight home, as was discussed in our pre-return news conference. Carbon dioxide scrubbing was kind of the low man on the totem pole for the trip home. They have just about 3 days worth. So you have to think of all of these different items that are life support systems, typically that fall under that consumable port, whenever you're kind of mapping just how much on-orbit lifetime that you have. So we knew that we were going to either return today or within 47 hours after that, and so we make sure we have plenty for that situation, and then hours beyond that as just extra margin, as we're always about redundancy and backup plans and everything like that.
Something else to consider with respect to the importance of inventory. During the reentry period, we don't want anything loose flying around. That is certainly hazardous to the crew. And so taking inventory of what has been unstowed and then restowed allows us to be absolutely sure that something didn't accidentally, because, as you're floating there, it is easy to let go of something and then it might drift off to behind the control panel. Like Dan said before, it's very easy for things to kind of drift off on the International Space Station and get lost. So really having this inventory allows us to make sure that there aren't any foreign objects that aren't supposed to be out during the times in which they are meant to be stowed. So inventory is important for a number of reasons. Our next question comes to us from Tim. He says, my 10-year-old daughter, Haley, wants to know how hot the exterior of the spacecraft will get during re-entry. Awesome. Well, good morning, Haley, or afternoon or evening, depending on where you are. Thank you so much for tuning into our webcast. We're really pleased to have young viewers joining us for this historic mission. So a really good question. The outside of Dragon capsule will reach 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit. That is very hot, but Bob and Doug will be safe and comfortable inside of the Dragon capsule. We have measures in place to make sure that the inside of the capsule will be flushed with cold air, as well as the air inside of their spacesuits. So even though the outside will be getting really hot, Bob and Doug will barely be breaking a sweat.
All right, our next question comes from Mohan, who wants to know, will the Super Draco thrusters be a backup to the parachutes? That's a good question, because one of the earliest designs of Dragon had it doing what's called a propulsive landing. So kind of like how the Falcon 9 comes back, an early design of this Crew Dragon had it landing propulsively, so using those Super Dracos to touch down on like a runway. That's no longer in Dragon's configuration. In fact, those Super Draco thrusters are completely inhibited following a successful flight into orbit. They're only used for an emergency escape situation, either on the pad or during the initial climb up to orbit. They enable Dragon to do that escape from the pad all the way up, so you have kind of that extra safety net your entire way uphill. But once they're on orbit and they're making their way to the space station, or even when we're coming home, those thrusters are disabled. We're only using the smaller Draco thrusters around the service section, so the bottom of the capsule itself, and the four at the very top, the forward bulkhead thrusters. Our next question from Amy wants to know what happens to the parachutes after splashdown. Are they recovered?
Yeah, absolutely. So there will be, after splashdown, there will be 2 fast boats or smaller boats that will be approaching the Dragon capsule. The first boat is responsible for determining that there aren't any toxic vapors surrounding the capsule. That fast boat will then also be responsible for preparing the capsule for lift out of the water. The second boat is responsible for retrieving the parachutes out of the water. We definitely don't want to leave any waste behind where possible, and so that second boat is responsible for going and retrieving the parachutes. After splashdown, those parachutes are automatically cut so that there's no potential that if there was a little bit of wind, that the Dragon capsule wouldn't be moved due to wind catching in those parachutes. So great question, but short answer is yeah, they're cut. They're automatically cut after splashdown, and then one of the crews from the fast boats is responsible for going to pick them up. The next question we have coming from #AskNASA on Twitter comes to us from Novacon. What will be the purpose of the crew for the Crew 1 mission?
The Crew 1 mission will be what we call the first operational flight of the Dragon spacecraft. So the mission we're still on right now is a demonstration. This is still a test mission. This is when we're really proving out Dragon's capabilities from launch all the way through splashdown. After this test, if everything goes well and we're lined up great for a splashdown today, we'll sit down and we'll go through a certification process for SpaceX to fly operational missions. This means they'll be flying regular expedition long duration flights. So the Crew 1 will be the first 4-person crew to launch in a Dragon spacecraft and then spend 6 months on board the International Space Station. So we'll have 4 individuals, Mike Hopkins, Victor Glover, Shanna Walker, and Soichi Noguchi from the Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency, launching in Dragon and then spending 6 months on board the space station doing science experiments, conducting spacewalks, repairs, everything that a normal expedition crew does. They'll just be arriving and leaving in a Dragon.
Yeah, I think Commander Chris Cassidy will still be on board with our targeted, given the current targeted Crew 1 launch.
SpaceX Dragon comm check from the PLT.
We've got you 5x5, Bob.
And I have 2 lateral SpaceX and check between us.
And please repeat the last 5 seconds of that call. We had a bit of a comm dropout.
SpaceX out of clear as well. We have being Doug and I.
And Dragon, we copy that you heard us loud and clear. Unfortunately, the rest of the message was garbled. Please repeat one more time.
Yeah, we've got a good comm check between both of us, and we are complete with suit downing for .010. How copy?
Okay, that was 5x5. We copy that you are complete with suit donning procedure.
Okay, it sounds like the crew now suited up. They just conducted those communications checks, those comm checks with the core here in Hawthorne. The core of the crew operations responsible engineer, that's essentially the person who's talking directly to Bob and Doug throughout their flight. That's rotated through a couple of different positions as we're on the 3rd shift of their flight home. And that'll be pretty much the person who's getting all of the updates to and from Bob and Doug, being that liaison between the teams on the ground. But they did those comm checks successfully. They are in their suits. They're going to stay in their suits and in their seats for the rest of the day, pretty much, from that deorbit burn.
SpaceX looking for an update on sections 1 through 4 of 4.700 deorbit preparation when able.
And SpaceX Dragon, we are complete with sections 1 through 4. And looking at section 5, the only thing left there to do is 5 alpha decimal 2. As far as the suit leak check, I think everything else is complete.
Okay, copy. Sections 1 through 4 are complete, and it sounds like we have. Sounds like you're completing fluid loading and standing by for the leak check.
That's a good copy, Mike.
Thanks, Doug. Appreciate it.
So what we heard there was communication between Dragon and...
And Mike, I just wanted to check back with you on the comm dropout that you had on the last 2 calls that I made to you. How is this comm now? Was it explainable as just random dropouts, or is it continuing from the PLTC?
Okay, Bob, we had you 5 by 5 just then, much better than before. We're investigating root cause, but given the clarity of your call just now, I would suspect your audio system is healthy.
Copy. Thank you.
Okay, so there we heard a little bit of communication, just confirming that we were that Mission Control was able to read or hear, as it's referred to, Bob and Doug clearly as they have put on their suits. We also heard the go for leak check. So now that the suits are on, we will be performing a quick leak check. We do this every time the suits are put on or donned, as you heard it called. Basically, this is where we pressurize the suits. It's the only time that we pressurize them throughout the mission. And it's essentially to make sure that, all the zippers are zipped up properly. All it takes is, one small unzipped piece to not hold the pressure. So we make sure that everything is fitted up accordingly and that it's ready to go in case of a need to pressurize the suits later in the mission. Unlikely, but it's nice to know, just for that, for testing purposes, to know that that capability is there. That's what they're designed for. So that leak check will commence, and after we get that, we'll pressurize the suits themselves, and then they will depressurize. Bob and Doug will be able to lift the visor on their helmet again, and then that's essentially, that's what they will be wearing during this last phase of their mission as they re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. So a lot of good stuff there. Again, nope. No call there.
Fake out.
Like we said before, we're taking your questions through Twitter this morning using the hashtag AskNASA. Our next question comes to us from Robert. Is the U.S. Navy supporting recovery with ships and aircraft?
They are not. I suspect that question comes from the last time we did splashdowns with U.S. spacecraft and astronauts, where we had the Navy assisting throughout the Apollo program for the recoveries. They are not assisting in this. All of the recovery assets for the nominal mission are SpaceX. So SpaceX owns both recovery ships, the Go Navigator and the Go Searcher, and then contract out with the different helicopters and other assets that are used in this recovery. NASA does have a Department of Defense backup, essentially. If Bob and Doug were to have to splash down anywhere other than those 7 sites that we target around Florida, we have the capability to call them up to effect a fast rescue and recovery using parajumpers or whatever assets are available to us. They are also called up on launch days in the event that we were to have an abort on the way to orbit, with them coming down somewhere in the Atlantic. But for now, today, everything is SpaceX and NASA.
Another question coming to us from Humzi. Is there a time limit on how long the capsule can be left to float in the Atlantic Ocean before it needs to be recovered? Yeah, so obviously we want to get the crew out as soon as possible, let them get out and stretch their legs and begin their medical evaluations. However, the capsule would be able to float there for a couple of days, like we mentioned before. There is enough onboard water and food. They would be comfortable, although if the waves pick up, I certainly would not be comfortable. That being said, we do strive to recover them as soon as possible. This is part of the reason why we have numerous potential landing zone sites, and we have special criteria for where they actually land to ensure that we're able to get the crew up and out of the water and into the medical bays essentially within an hour after splashdown.
All right, our next one comes from Mark, who wants to know, can they take over from the computer and do a manual splashdown if required? They can. Initiating a deorbit or an emergency deorbit is one of the capabilities available to crew members on board. You would have to be in a pretty extreme situation to do that. Something we're obviously not in today, as everything's gone really smoothly with Dragon, but that is something that's available to them. They also have the capability to manually step in for a number of the different steps during the re-entry, mainly for any parachute deployments or even cutting the parachutes after they've splashed down. If that doesn't happen automatically, they have a button right in front of them on their displays where they can make that happen. So they do have quite a bit of capability to jump in if required.
Yeah, that is one of the few hardwired buttons on their display panel, but it is certainly not one that can be triggered accidentally. It is a two-step verification lever, essentially. So no need to worry about performing an emergency deorbit accidentally. Next question comes to us from NASA plus space equals heart. I couldn't agree more. Will this Crew Dragon be reused? Yes, it will. This particular capsule is intended to be reused on the Crew 2 mission, which will be launching sometime next year. And yeah, we already have plans for reuse for it. In fact, the team at the Cape is already preparing to begin those refurbishment processes as soon as the capsule lands, essentially, really getting a head start on that. The capsule is waterproof. That was a process that we learned how to do through the Crew Cargo program. Our reuse efforts with that program, with our previous version of the Dragon capsule, also known as Dragon 1, the process of making that waterproof that knowledge that we learned from that has transferred over to Crew Dragon capsules, and it's safe to say that it is with very little refurbishment required to the internal hardware. There's very little refurbishment required because we're able to keep it watertight and eliminate any exposure to salt water, which for metallic surfaces does cause corrosion, which is no good for spaceflight. So short answer is that, yeah, we will be reusing this as soon as next year on the NASA Crew 2 mission.
All right, our next one from Lisa. What are Bob and Doug bringing back from ISS, if anything? There's quite a bit, actually. They have about 150 kilograms, or a little over 330 pounds of cargo, essentially strapped to the ground right underneath their seats. The lion's share of that is utilization or science samples. A lot of it cold stowage samples that's kept in powered freezers. Those samples coming from a range of biological and biomedical studies, a lot of them with the astronauts themselves as the test subjects. As cargo return, a pretty critical capability, as we execute a lot of the science on station, but we need to return a lot of the samples for analysis down in labs here on Earth, and they're going to be bringing a lot of that down. They're also returning some vehicle hardware items that have either malfunctioned or just passed their service life and need to come home or get inspected. And then a couple of their personal items, things like their sleeping bags are coming back with them. And they also have a couple of special items we've touched on a few times, including that Tremor dinosaur that was chosen by both of their sons as their zero-G indicator for this mission, and the flag that was left there by Doug Hurley and his fellow crewmates of STS-135, the final space shuttle mission that is coming home. It's been up there for just about 9 years, and it will fly again when we send humans around the moon in the not too distant future. And I know we haven't seen it, but I have heard that Little Earth is also coming back. I almost forgot about that. Little Earth was the zero-G indicator on Demo 1 and remained on station after that mission, and it's pretty sure it was packed away to come home on Demo 2.
I think you're right. So right now, Dragon is currently flying over the far South Pacific Ocean. We have a nice little map here to show you of our ground tracking. So there you can see it on your screen. If you're curious, the yellow indicates where the capsule is in daylight. The red part of the line indicates where it goes into eclipse, or whenever it's basically hiding in Earth's shadow. So right now it's in daylight. Bob and Doug must be getting some pretty spectacular views as they're completing their suit up process. But at this point, we're going to take a quick break and leave you with our lovely ground map here.
Dragon SpaceX for video.
Go ahead.
Yeah, request to come back aboard when y'all are ready.
We are ready for you to come aboard.
Outstanding, and work. Dragon SpaceX, you are go for procedure 4.011 suit leak check.
Suit check-in work.
Okay, so we just heard the crew now stepping into suit leak checks. As we've described a few times, this is when they're actually going to pressurize their suits that they wear for launch and entry, and really any of the dynamic phases of the mission. So they'll completely zip up and seal the suits, and then flow nitrox in to confirm.
Dragon in 2.2, we are ready to pressurize.
Dragon SpaceX, you are go to pressurize.
So Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley getting the go. They're going to pressurize their suits. So pressurized nitrox now going to flow in. Again, these suits are, we have confirmation the leak check is in progress. So these suits are worn as just another line of defense to help protect the crew members from the harsh environment of outer space. If they were to experience a cabin depressurization, any kind of poisonous leak in their atmosphere, or even a fire, these suits are designed to protect from all of those different instances. So the suit leak check is pretty standard. Anytime before we get into one of these dynamic operations, we just want one more check to make sure that the suit is ready to go in case it's called upon. And so they'll pressurize now and flow some nitrox, some nitrogen and oxygen through their suits. They'll look for it to maintain a constant pressure. And then once that's done, they'll depressurize the suits, and they'll leave the zipper open. They'll typically leave one zipper just unzipped a little bit when they're not pressurized. They'll still have cool air flowing through. In fact, they'll do what's called a suit purge just before we do the deorbit burn. So at the same time, they flush the cabin atmosphere itself with some cool down air. They'll flow some cooled air through the suits just to help regulate the temperature, the cooling effect inside the capsule, just to make sure the environment stays at a comfortable temperature for them, while the Dragon capsule itself heats up to about 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit outside. So we got about a minute left in this suit leak check. We'll wait for the results on that, and we'll just be one more box checked on our way to the upcoming trunk set, deorbit burn, re-entry, and splashdown. And one interesting thing to note, if you're watching this ground track, you're going to start to see that line coming out of the bottom left corner and ending in the Gulf. That means we are on our final orbit. And so Dragon's basically on its last lap around planet Earth, the last 90 minutes it's going to spend until we just about get to that splashdown. So you can keep an eye on that. The line's going to stop moving where you can see it terminate in the Gulf.
Dragon SpaceX, we show nominal leak check.
Copy, show the same.
So there a minute ago, we had confirmation of nominal leak check. Again, that's just checking another box off on the to-do list as Bob and Doug continue their return home back to planet Earth. Up next, we will be making sure that the nitrox system is safed and that we are able to proceed into the next phases of our descent to the Gulf of Mexico. We are aiming for a splashdown site just off the coast of Pensacola, Florida. Right now, our recovery ship is en route to that designated location zone, and it will be there ready and waiting for Bob and Doug to splash down. There on your screen, we do have a live shot from Go Navigator. Again, that's our recovery ship located in the Gulf of Mexico. You can get a little bit of a feel for that wave action that we got there. Generally speaking, pretty calm looking based on the waves that we can see there in the shot. And yeah, so we're excited to be able to welcome Bob and Doug back home. Just checking my timeline quickly. Their landing will be coming up in just under 2 hours. We're looking at an hour and 57 minutes. That will be happening at 11:48 a.m. Pacific time, 18:48 Universal Coordinated Time. Before we get to their water landing, we have to perform a couple of steps prior to that. If you've been following along with us this morning, you're probably very familiar with this. But for perhaps those of you who have joined in within the last few minutes, at this point, we are exactly an hour away from the next physical milestone that needs to be completed prior to Dragon Endeavour's return to planet Earth. Those activities will begin with claw separation. The claw is what connects the umbilicals, the power, the telemetry, the fluids between the Dragon capsule and its trunk. In order to expose the heat shield in preparation for Dragon's re-entry through the atmosphere, we need to jettison the trunk. It will disintegrate upon entering the Earth's atmosphere itself. So once we separate that, we're now able to step into what's called slew to deorbit burn attitude. That's essentially maneuvering the capsule into position to perform the deorbit burn. The deorbit burn is where we fire the 4 Draco thrusters that are located at the top of the capsule near the forward hatch. We call those the forward bulkhead Draco thrusters. Those will be utilized to perform the deorbit burn. It'll last about 11.5 minutes. That deorbit burn is what will be placing Dragon in its final trajectory to the exact landing location. So like I said, that'll be about 11.5 minutes long. After that burn completes, we want to close the nose cone and lock it up. Like I said, that's where the forward hatch is located. And since these capsules are designed to be reusable, we definitely want to protect those thrusters and that hatch, because that is the hatch where the astronauts basically exit and enter the capsule when they're going in and out of the International Space Station. So once we have that nose cone locked and in place, we then begin to enter the Earth's atmosphere.
Dragon SpaceX for deorbit burn brief.
Go ahead.
Okay, first off, for timing, I'm showing no changes. Your tablet and onboard times on your timeline are within about 1 minute or less of our ground estimates. How copy?
Copy. Timing on board is per the iPads and within a minute.
Yeah, and even better, the onboard countdown in your timeline should be within a few seconds. So looking pretty good. For the vehicle, Endeavour is looking great for entry. The ready comm during Bob's comm check earlier, we consider temporary, and we are not tracking any system issues. How copy?
Endeavour's in good shape and good comm from the PLT.
Okay, as far as recovery goes, Go Navigator is just about at the recovery in position, so within a few kilometers. In addition, the WB is airborne. Recovery team is go at this time.
Go for recovery. Copy all.
Yep, and one quick go back. Recovery has arrived, so they are on station. In addition, for the weather, I'm looking at the weather right now from the water video from Go Navigator, and it looks like glass. It's awesome. The latest splashdown forecast, though, is winds at 2.25 knots, wave height less than a foot, and a 6-second period. How copy?
Copy winds, waves, and weather.
All right, so there we heard the deorbit briefing. This is basically the opportunity that the Corps here.
Okay, Doug, that's all we got for the burn brief. We'll talk to you shortly before deorbit sequence start.
Copy all. Thanks, Mike.
And correction there, we'll have the go, no go for you shortly. That'll be the next step.
Okay.
Yeah, so as I was saying, the burn briefing there, just making sure that everyone's on the same page. Since Bob and Doug's primary role during re-entry is to monitor telemetry, timing, and data, it is important to make sure that their onboard timers, or basically time listings, are synced with the most recent trajectory simulations that we've generated here in Mission Control. So that's what that was, just making sure that their sequence of events was lining up with with what we're seeing down here in Mission Control. So all really good stuff there. We also heard that the recovery vessel Go Navigator is in position, so it is ready and waiting for splashdown, which, like I said before, will be occurring at 11:48 a.m. Pacific, 18:48 Universal, and we're just under 2 hours from that happening. So I don't know about you, Dan, but as we're stepping into these checks and you know, we did the leak check, we have done a couple of comm checks, and now we're talking about deorbit burn. My heart's starting to go. We're getting there.
It's starting to feel real. We're waking back up.
Yeah.
It's time to bring these guys home. And I mean, here in the core call up, the water looks like glass from those ship views. That's exactly the type of thing we want to hear. The wind has picked up a tiny bit to 2.25 knots. It's about 2.6, a little under 2.6 miles per hour. So still well within our margins for what we were looking for acceptable splashdown weather. Right now in the room behind us and over in Mission Control Houston, teams are just doing a final go, no go. And so that should wrap up over the next couple of minutes. And then we'll hear them call that up to the crew members when they get the final go to do the deorbit burn. But we'll be doing all of the other activities prior to that, including the claw and trunk separation, and then just getting ourselves ready for deorbit burn. So things are definitely going to start picking up in the next couple of minutes. Really, the next hour is really where things start to happen. But we do have a couple of moments now to get joined by a special guest.
Dragon, SpaceX is go for the deorbit burn, and the burn has been enabled.
That's a great call to hear.
Denver copy. Go for the deorbit burn, and we see it on board.
All right, so we just heard it. That means both the SpaceX and NASA teams are go for deorbit burn. So we are counting down to that deorbit burn. Still a bit of a ways off. It's just under an hour from now from starting for that 11.5-minute burn. But for now, as we are go for deorbit and return of Bob and Doug, we're going to send it over to the Johnson Space Center real quick, where Courtney Beasley is standing by in Mission Control Houston, along with NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine, also there in Houston. Courtney?
Thanks, Dan. Yes, joining me in a studio here at NASA's Johnson Space Center is NASA Administrator Jim Bridenstine. Jim, thanks for joining us today. Another historic day for our agency, returning humans to Earth in a commercially built and operated spacecraft. How is this mission paving the way for the future?
Well, it's a great question, and I think it's really establishing the business model for the future. So you can see today I'm wearing my Artemis shirt. And when we go to the moon, we're going to go with commercial partners. And you know, NASA's goal here, we don't want to purchase, own, and operate the hardware the way we used to. We want to be one customer of many customers in a very robust commercial marketplace in low Earth orbit, but we also want to have numerous providers that are competing against each other on cost and innovation and safety, and really create this virtuous cycle of economic development and capability. And that's what today's return is going to represent. This is the next era in human spaceflight, where NASA gets to be the customer. We want to be a strong customer. We want to be a great partner, but we don't want to be the only ones that are operating with humans in space.
And while on board, Bob and Doug were, of course, conducting science experiments and spacewalks. And how are NASA's efforts on this station contributing to life back here on Earth?
So when we think about the International Space Station, it really is focused on how do we do those transformational activities that benefit human life here on Earth. And certainly, you know, when we think about advanced materials, industrialized biomedicine, these are the things that we're developing every day. Some examples would include, as far as advanced materials, very, very thin materials like an artificial retina for the human eyeball, so somebody who has macular degeneration might not have to lose their eyesight in the future. We can only create materials that thin in the microgravity of space. We cannot do it here in the gravity well of Earth. But that's just one of so many examples. When we think about how we compound pharmaceuticals, when we think about how we you know, create immunizations for things like salmonella and other diseases, these are capabilities that are available to us because of the resource that is microgravity. But you know, advanced materials, things like very pristine fiber optic cables, we call it Z-band, for example. These are all things that we think that there is a marketplace for the future. So look, right now we're doing commercial resupply of the International Space Station. As of today, when Bob and Doug come home safely, we will be doing commercial crew to the International Space Station. The next big thing is we need commercial space stations themselves. And in order to create the market for commercial space stations, we have to have these transformational capabilities that come from the microgravity environment. And that's really what we're developing right now.
And as you know, a big day for NASA today, but how about a big week? This week alone, we launched Mars 2020. Artemis 1's launch vehicle stage adapter was delivered to Kennedy Space Center. And here we are completing the first commercially crewed mission to the International Space Station. What are your thoughts on the state of the agency at this point?
So make no mistake, NASA's budget right now is the highest it's ever been in nominal dollars. And it's at, you know, $22 billion. The budget request that President Trump gave us that is before the House and the Senate right now is $25.2 billion. It's not just about sustaining, you know, capabilities like commercial crew, commercial resupply, the International Space Station. It's also about developing new capabilities so that the United States of America can stay the preeminent spacefaring nation. It's why we created the Artemis program to go to the moon sustainably with commercial partners and international partners to use the resources of the moon to live and work for long periods of time, and then take all of that knowledge onto Mars. And of course, as you mentioned on Thursday, you know, we launched another Mars mission. The most sophisticated robot that NASA has ever developed is right now on its way to Mars, and we're going to prove that we can turn the carbon dioxide atmosphere of Mars into pure oxygen for life support. But there's so many other things. We're looking for life on another world. We're looking for signs of ancient life on Mars. We're talking about microbial life, but life nonetheless. And this is really a bright moment for NASA. I want to be clear, though. We need support from our members of Congress in both the House and the Senate. We need to be able to get that $25.2 billion budget that we have requested. And so I'm working with members of Congress and senators on both sides of the aisle every day, doing town halls across the country. We are in great shape. But in order to stay #1 in the world, we're going to need the resources that the president has requested.
Jim, thanks for joining us today. Such an exciting day. And in case you missed it just moments ago, both SpaceX and NASA are both a go for deorbit burn. So with that, we'll send it back to Dan and Kate at Hawthorne for the latest.
All right. Thank you so much, Courtney. Great to hear from the administrator. And we're in it now. We're kind of in the final stretch. This is what I feel like we've been waiting for the last couple of hours, and it feels pretty great to be here.
Yeah, it certainly does. In this next phase of the mission, Dragon has a series of steps to complete before returning Bob and Doug home. As you've heard us talk a little bit so far this morning, Dragon will maneuver to the correct attitude and jettison its trunk, which is the cylindrical, unpressurized part of the assembly. We need to expose the heat shield in order to prepare the capsule for atmospheric reentry. So we will. Oh, there we got a nice view of Bob and Doug in their suits. This is the first time we've seen them in their suits and in their chairs this morning. So there they are, tapping away, preparing to initiate the deorbit sequence. So let's talk a little. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, just like in the lead up in the last couple of minutes, we heard they had good suit leak checks. As Kate described earlier, once the leak checks are complete, they don't keep the suit pressurized, so visors are open. They're going to have cool air running through their suits and the cabin and just getting ready for the ride.
Yeah. Whenever they are re-entering the atmosphere, the external temperature will reach about 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit. The internal temperature of the cabin, however, will stay around 85 degrees Fahrenheit. We have a couple of systems in place to keep it cool and comfortable for Bob and Doug as they are returning. Like Dan just said, there will be some cool air flowing through their suits. The cabin itself will also be purged with cooler air as well. So that will assist in making sure that the temperature stays pretty temperate inside the capsule.
And I mean, we're just 42 minutes and 50 seconds away from things really kicking up. And this is going to be when we really start to do that first maneuver to get ready to jettison the trunk. And then we'll do that claw and trunk separation. And then it's time for just kind of that final firing of those engines, that really just that downhill ride.
Yeah, those forward bulkhead thrusters, there are 4 of them, 4 of those Draco thrusters there at the top of the capsule near the nose cone. Those will be utilized to perform the deorbit burn. This burn is what will essentially give Dragon its final trajectory back home. This is the last burn that the capsule will perform. If you've been following along since yesterday afternoon, you know that there have been a number of burns completed. This deorbit burn will be the final one. It will last about 11.5 minutes. After that burn completes, we no longer need to utilize those Draco thrusters, and we want to protect the forward hatch up there, so we close the nose cone and lock it up. We're expecting that event to happen at 11:11 a.m. Pacific. About 10 minutes, or excuse me, 20 minutes, 25 minutes, wow, mental math on air is hard. 25 minutes after that, the capsule will be re-entering the Earth's atmosphere, and like I mentioned, approaching about 3,500 degrees, and that's because
we're in that heat of reentry, and so that's where things will really heat up for Bob and Doug on their reentry, and that's where we'll have that comms blackout. And we actually have a Twitter question that's germane to this right now, where Stephen asked, during the blackout, will you not be able to communicate with Bob and Doug, but you will be able to track them? And it's kind of a mix. We won't be able to talk to Bob and Doug. We won't be able to send or receive any data from the Dragon spacecraft. So we won't have basically telemetry-driven tracking, but we know exactly where they're going to be as their orbit's already been calculated. We've had this orbit calculated since yesterday, essentially. It's gotten fine-tuned as we've done those burns, but we'll know exactly where they're supposed to be, even though we can't communicate during that time.
Exactly. And even though we won't be able to send or receive signals or commands or telemetry, Dragon is designed to be fully autonomous. At that point, it is driving itself anyway, so there's really nothing to be worried about. Bob and Doug's primary function at that point is to monitor all of the telemetry that they see on their screens and to stay comfy.
Yeah, and once they're through that, that initial entry, we'll have that part called entry interface, which we kind of explained as that's when the capsule's really experiencing aerodynamics. They've been flying around in the vacuum of space with no air, so no lift, drag, stuff like that on their capsule. And entry interface is where they're really starting to hit the atmosphere, and it's affecting the capsule. And it'll continue to use its Draco thrusters on the service section to really guide it back home.
Yeah, exactly. So speaking of guiding it back home, here come the parachutes. At 11:44 a.m. Pacific or 18:44 Universal Time, we're going to be deploying the drogue parachutes. Drogue chutes are utilized for a couple of reasons. One, to continue to further decelerate the vehicle and also to stabilize it. Like Dan said, it will be experiencing some of those aerodynamic pressures, and so we want to make sure that the capsule is well and stable before we deploy the main parachutes. Those main chutes will be deploying at 11:45 a.m. and there will be 4 of them. Those will essentially deploy, and it takes a couple seconds for them to fully inflate. So it might look a little funny at first, but we assure you that they are working properly, and it just takes a couple seconds for the air to continue to catch in them and for them to fully expand to their large rounder shape. So after those chutes deploy, it only takes 3.5 minutes for Bob and Doug to splash down. That'll be occurring at 11:48 a.m. Pacific, 18:48 Universal. And like we've mentioned before, our splashdown location is off the western coast of Florida. We're aiming for a location near Pensacola. Our recovery vessel Go Navigator is currently in location, ready and waiting for splashdown. They're actually going to be waiting about 3 nautical miles away from that splashdown point.
Yeah, we got the call that they were on station. We also got the call that the NASA WB-57 airplane is in the air, and we've actually seen a couple of brief spurts of video. That's the airborne asset that we'll have. That WB-57 is a high-altitude research plane that NASA flies. It's outfitted with a number of imaging cameras. The main one that will be seen is an infrared one. If you watched the Demo 1 splashdown, which I'm sure you all did, you were able to see that first, and this is actually a glimpse of that WB-57 camera. We'll be getting this back, and if we acquire it the same time we did for Demo 1, we were able to see the capsule while it was still in that atmospheric reentry, so it was just this really bright light that all of a sudden lit up the sky, and that was the first view we got of Dragon. And so we'll use that to hopefully see during the entry, and then the initial parachute deploys, and then we'll have a couple more assets on the ground or on the water, on the boat, that will get a couple more views of Dragon as it delivers Bob and Doug safely to the ocean.
Yeah, so as you can hear, all of this excitement will be happening in pretty rapid succession. On your screen now, we can see closest to the camera, we have NASA astronaut Doug Hurley. He is the pilot or the commander for this particular mission, and then there now on the camera to the right is NASA astronaut Bob Behnken. We are very fondly looking forward to bringing our space dads home this morning, and it looks like we mentioned before, that'll be happening in about an hour and a half, again targeting splashdown for 11:48 a.m. Pacific, 18:48 Universal Time. But like we mentioned before, the action really begins at the claw separation milestone, which is slated for 10:51 a.m. Pacific in about 38 minutes from now. So again, we are continuing to take questions this morning through Twitter using the hashtag AskNASA. Our next question comes to us from F1 Fanatic. Do the astronauts need to have face masks down during re-entry? That is a great question. Very astute observation that those visors are in the upward position. So right now, these suits are unpressurized, and Bob and Doug are breathing just the normal cabin air. Those face masks, our visors, as we refer to them, do need to be lowered and locked during the re-entry period. We need the spacesuit to be fully enclosed during the more dynamic elements of operations, and certainly the re-entry period is one of them. So we'll actually at one point during the deorbit burn preparation phase, we will actually hear communication between ground station, from ground here, Mission Control Headquarters at SpaceX to Bob and Doug, just to confirm and double check that those visors are in place where they should be. Our next question comes to us from Philip. Where exactly are the parachutes stored before deployment?
They are stored in 2 separate compartments on the Dragon spacecraft, on a side of the vehicle that has a deployable panel. The drogue parachutes are stored in the kind of the upper part. It's called the upper bulkhead, and they're deployed by 2 drogue motors or mortars. So pyrotechnics that are fired to actually deploy those drogue parachutes. Just further down the panel, kind of at the base of the spacecraft, is where the 4 main parachutes are stored. And again, those get drawn out by the drogue chutes. There are redundant systems in place to make sure that if the first set of mortars don't fire, you have backups to get these chutes deployed. We're one fault tolerant on both the drogue parachutes and the main parachutes. So 1 out of 2 drogues and 3 out of 4 mains is what the vehicle's been rated and tested to. SpaceX has done a tremendous amount of testing on these parachutes, even within just the last several months in the lead up to the mission. As parachutes, obviously a very critical part of the reentry, and this is something that is very meticulously packed and documented before the start of any mission. And NASA assisting SpaceX, as we have some experts who have been involved in parachute missions for decades. But the parachutes are stored under deployable panels, and we'll see them basically fire open as the parachutes come out and deploy at the different altitudes.
Yeah, those panels are basically located above and below the side hatch panel. So if you are looking at the Dragon capsule, the anchor point for those parachutes will ensure that the side hatch will effectively be as far away from the ocean surface as possible, ensuring that we're able to expedite the process of egressing Bob and Doug from the capsule and the whole recovery process as a whole. Great question.
All right, our next one comes from Scott. He wants to know, what are the tablets on their legs used for? What kind of devices are they? I think you've heard him call out a few times that they're using iPads on board, and they're really just essentially their user manuals. They're able to dial up different procedures, checklists, things that they're looking for throughout their flight. They're able to Velcro them essentially to their suits, and just like the main displays in front of them, they're touchscreen enabled, and they have the touchscreen capable gloves in their suits. It's really just another information source. Dragon doesn't have the big paper manuals that we were used to in the shuttle era and things like that, just kind of streamlining everything as much as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we mentioned before, this is a demonstration mission, and so Bob and Doug's job here is to make sure that everything is working as it should be. So a lot of what they're doing is going to simply be monitoring, well, not simply, paying attention can be, especially whenever there's a lot going on dynamically around you, is staying focused can be tough. So it's not an easy job what they have coming up, but they will essentially be responsible for monitoring all the data and telemetry that is being received on screens. And part of the debriefing that will happen once they get back on land is quite simply, was there anything that happened in reality that you weren't expecting or differed from what you were instructed would occur? So making sure that in the future fully operational missions that we have, starting with Crew 1, launching later this year, that those crews are fully prepared and that we make those, essentially those instruction manuals that they do have access to as perfect as possible, because it is essential that we have correct information and that the crew is informed and aware of all the operations that are going on, regardless of whether or not they're not the ones necessarily commanding, because the vehicle is autonomous, but it is important that they do know what's going on.
All right, our next question comes from Sam. Might be the most important one of the day. Wanted to know if Bob and Doug can listen to the SpaceX webcast when they're inside the Dragon capsule. I mean, I certainly hope so. It's not like they have too much else on their mind.
Right.
No, they're not able to listen to us, but one kind of fun fact that always kind of makes us geek out a little bit is the crew members on board the space station will usually get NASA TV pumped up to them anytime their crewmates are launching or landing. So they're able to watch their friends and former crewmates as of just a few hours ago return home. So Chris, if you're watching, hi.
Great question. Another one comes to us from Ruhr Rocker. Does the Dragon capsule have windows where Bob and Doug can look out? Absolutely. Actually, one of my favorite pictures that Doug Hurley has posted on Instagram to date was actually one of the first pictures he posted at the beginning of this mission was a shot of what he could see outside of Crew Dragon's windows. There is a window located on either side of the side hatch, and it certainly will provide visual confirmation that re-entry is happening. Like Dan mentioned before, they'll be able to see a little bit of the energy that's being expelled during the re-entry period. Some of those pieces of the ablative material, as they heat up and are designed to flicker away, they'll actually be able to see that from the windows themselves. So it'll be quite the fireworks show.
All right, our next one comes from Joe. Wants to know, does the Dragon capsule have Netflix? Another important question.
Yeah, the answer to that is no. As our views here of the capsule cycle through, we'll be able to see what their screens look like. There we go. So there in the center screen, we actually have the ground tracking map. As you can see there, actually it might be kind of hard to make out, but Dragon is actually crossing over the Atlantic Ocean, now approaching what looks like England and Ireland. So it will be crossing over into Europe soon. And also on those screens to the left and the right of that ground track screen were their telemetry screens. So those will be the interface that they use during the deorbit burn, and that's what they'll essentially use to make sure that everything is looking good and performing nominally.
Yeah, and I mean, that center screen that you just saw, that's essentially the same map that we've been looking at throughout our coverage here today. So they're looking at a lot of the same data that we're trying to give you guys down here on the ground. Just where are they over the Earth? Because it can be a little disorienting to look out the window and figure it out quickly. But they're able to see just how far along their orbit they are, where those milestones are coming up. So they can just, again, they're in a monitor mode and they're ready, locked and loaded to jump in if required. Our next question comes from Roshan, who 7-year-old Ian wants to know, why is the Dragon capsule cone-shaped? For a very specific reason, and it's why a lot of spacecraft are in the capsule shape. When they were trying to really figure out the most efficient way to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere, both from handling the trajectory without having wings like a space shuttle, starting over. When they were really first trying to figure out how to best shape a spacecraft to efficiently and effectively re-enter the Earth's atmosphere in the safest configuration, where they essentially landed on was a cone shape. Or a capsule shape. There were very initial drawings that you could find all manner of spacecraft that were put into wind tunnels, but at the end of the day, all the way back in the early days of spaceflight, when we were in the Mercury and the very early days, they were able to determine that the capsule shape was really the most efficient. That shape of heat shield dissipated the heat the best, was the easiest to control, and was really the safest option. And physics haven't changed since the 60s, at least not a great deal. So that's why you still see a lot of capsule-shaped spacecraft, and it's really just for re-entering an atmosphere. Good question.
So there on your screen, again, we have live shots coming from Dragon Endeavour as it is making its way back towards Earth. We are approaching the final steps of the day of the mission, in fact. And at 11:48 a.m. Pacific, 18:18 a.m. or p.m. Excuse me, Universal. We will have the splashdown of Dragon Endeavour. So right now, Bob and Doug are essentially cycling through, preparing for what we call deorbit burn initiation. This will be where the deorbit burn is what will be placing Dragon on its final trajectory to a specific landing location. That location was there were 7 possible ones. We determined the best one for today's reentry to be off the coast of Florida near Pensacola. The recovery vessel Go Navigator is in place, ready and waiting. And seems like Bob and Doug are pretty comfortable there. They are in their spacesuits. The leak check has been performed, and we got the call out that it was nominal, so everything good there. Right now, those visors are in the up position. They will be closed and locked whenever we get into the dynamic portion here upcoming in just a few minutes. Checking my timeline here.
We're just about 24 minutes and 20 seconds from things really picking up. That's when we'll start to get into the attitude to separate the trunk, and just about 8 minutes after that is when we'll start the deorbit burn. And again, that'll be the longest burn of Dragon's return journey. The latest timeline we got had it lasting for about 11 minutes and 22 seconds. It'll be the last firing of those forward bulkhead thrusters. The 4 Dracos at the very top of Dragon that'll eventually be covered up by the nose cone following the deorbit burn. And as we've said before, that deorbit burn is what commits them to coming home. When that happens, that capsule is re-entering the Earth's atmosphere, and that'll put them essentially on a collision course with planet Earth. It lines up their orbit to intersect with that splashdown point in the Gulf of Mexico. And while we have just a few more minutes until we get to that, we still have some questions coming in. Again, if you have one, jump over on Twitter, use the hashtag AskNASA. This one comes from Scarif Survivor, who wants to know, does Dragon lose radio data contact with satellite or ground stations during re-entry? And the answer is really everything. As that plasma builds up around the spacecraft, it essentially prevents signals being sent or transmitted or received by Dragon's antennas around the outside of the spacecraft. So it's both satellites and ground stations that it won't be able to communicate with. But again, Dragon continues flying itself. We know what its orbit is plotted out to be, so we know where it is, and we even know the expected time of that comm blackout in about 6 minutes. So it does lose contact with everything. We won't be able to hear from Bob and Doug until they're on the other side of that blackout, and then we'll reestablish communication with Dragon. All right, we have another one from Nettie Banda. Wanted to know how many seats are in Dragon.
So as you can see on your screen there are actually, I guess one is hidden, there are actually 4 chairs there available. We will be utilizing all 4 seats on the Crew 1 mission launching later this year, currently targeted for September. Right now, Bob and Doug are only occupying 2 of them, as this is a demonstration mission. So yeah, we will be utilizing all 4 of those seats in future missions, but as of right now, I believe it was on the launch portion of the mission, one of those seats was occupied by Tremor, who, if you've been following along, is the sequined dinosaur that was voted on by the 2 sons from Bob and Doug as what should be the zero-G indicator. So Tremor was strapped into a seat during ascent, and when they got the okay to release him, he started floating into the capsule and you know, gave us its sequined glory there on the edge of space.
All right. Well, again, just another time hack as we're coming up on these. We're just a little over 20 minutes from the start of all of our deorbit burn sequencing starting. So we're looking at that to really pick up at about 10:48 as we'll start getting into the attitude for trunk separation. And then we start basically executing a bunch of steps that are going to commit Bob and Doug to this reentry.
Yeah, we're looking forward to those. It'll be quite the journey. Now, of course, with respect to the deorbit burn, Bob and Doug will remain in their seats and strapped in for the entire duration. In fact, they won't be exiting those seats until they're able to egress or exit the capsule after it has splashed down and been recovered out of the ocean and safely resting in the nest of the recovery vessel. Along that note, our next Twitter question is from Brett. The question is, what is the orientation of the astronauts when seated? As in, do they face the front or the top of the capsule, and do they find it comfortable? Great question there. So in the views that we just had a couple minutes ago, they were, I guess what we would call in the reclined position. They were facing towards the top of the capsule. During the launch portion, whenever they were actually getting into the capsule, back in late May, the seats were actuated in the down position where they were facing towards the hatch.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Ignition. Liftoff of the Falcon 9 and Crew Dragon. Go NASA. Go SpaceX. Godspeed. Bob and Doug.
Two American astronauts are scheduled to splash down off the coast of Pensacola, Florida this afternoon, returning to Earth from the International Space Station. Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley are aboard the SpaceX Crew Dragon capsule, the first commercial spacecraft to deliver American astronauts to the ISS. This is the second test flight, paving the way for NASA to certify the SpaceX system to carry crews to the station. This is a special report from the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey. Welcome. Today's return of two astronauts comes with a lot of pressure and thanks to remarkable science. And yet so much of the timeline depends on something outside of everyone's control, the weather. The capsule can't land in rain or lightning. It can't land if there are big waves or even winds above 10 miles an hour. Well, check out this image shared by astronaut Doug Hurley. He tweeted this from space. It's the path of tropical storm Isaias as it travels between Cuba and the Bahamas. Winds clocked nearly 75 miles an hour as it passed Puerto Rico. So imagine looking out your window and seeing that view and knowing you're going to attempt a landing not too far from that path. Well, today we have some guests with us who know just what it is like to look out the International Space Station window. Pretty remarkable. And on a day that we're looking up at the stars, it's only fitting that we're joined by some. So with me now, Suni Williams, NASA astronaut and member of the commercial crew. Also Ellen Stofan, director of the Smithsonian's National Air and Space Museum, and Pam Melroy, former NASA astronaut. Thanks so much to all of you for being with us. So Bob and Doug, we call them Bob and Doug now, all of us who've been watching the last 2 months, their work on the International Space Station. It feels like we all know them, but Suni, you actually do know them, and you've been watching all the work they've been doing and anticipating this day. What is on your mind? I mean, this moment is so high stakes, not just for the technology to be proven, but of course, for these two astronauts.
Yeah, thanks, Libby, for the question. There's a lot on our minds as we're getting ready to come back to Earth. Of course, before probably undocking, both of them were thinking about their family and friends, and I'm sure on the way down as well. But all of a sudden you refocus your mind into the activities that you're going to be doing and monitoring the spacecraft and making sure the spacecraft's going to be doing the right things. Knowing that, just like you showed the picture that Doug had tweeted, that the weather is a big factor, and there's a lot of people on the ground who are thinking about their safe return and making sure that they're going to get home okay. So you got to be anticipating things may change, at any time when the management team on the ground has to make the hard calls. But you're ready for whatever that call is, if it's coming down today and then, later seeing their family, or if maybe it's a wave off. But they'll be ready, and they're professionally trained, and they'll be ready to go. I'm sure they're psyched.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll talk more about what they've been experiencing over the last 24 hours or so, what woke them up this morning, because they got a very special wake up. But first, I want to go to my colleague, space industry reporter Christian Davenport. He's joining us from the Washington Post studios. He's chronicled this return to space for years, and he even wrote a book about competition among private space companies called The Space Barons. Chris, it's so good to see you. I know you're doing double duty today, working with Discovery and Science channels, as well as working with us. So I want you to take us through just what we're going to be watching over the next couple of hours. What are the astronauts doing now, and what are the crucial steps they'll be going through?
Yeah, hey Libby, it's great to be with you. So we're about 15 to 20 minutes away from two significant moments. As you may have heard, NASA and SpaceX have said they are go for the deorbit burn. That's that burn that's going to commit them to landing, that will take them down in rapid succession down to their landing site. Before that happens, they're going to jettison that trunk. That's the unpressurized, almost like a service module that has the solar arrays, provides power and avionics. But once you're hurtling through the atmosphere, you don't need it anymore. So they're going to jettison that, and that will burn up. And then, the next big step is those parachutes. SpaceX has struggled with its parachutes. It had to go back and upgrade them, reinforce them. Elon Musk, in an interview with us, told us that he had great confidence in those parachutes. And then, of course, that water landing, and it's not an easy thing to do. And we haven't done it, since that final Apollo-Soyuz mission of having a water landing. Actually, as it turns out, my stepdad is a retired Navy captain, and he was the commanding officer of one of those recovery missions during Apollo. But that shows you how serious they take them when they have the U.S. Navy involved. And here you've got that SpaceX's responsibility, Libby. So it's a test of how they recover the capsule as well.
Chris, what is the point of no return here? I mean, at what point are we committed to moving forward? Tell us about that aspect of the timeline.
Yeah, it's that deorbit burn. I mean, they say they're go for it. The weather looks good. Earlier, NASA said that the water in the Gulf of Mexico was like glass. The winds are calm. So if they proceed with that deorbit burn, that's it. That's really the point of no return. They're committed, they're landing, and they are coming back.
So I want to hear more about the choice to do a water landing instead of a land landing, and why SpaceX has gone that route.
Well, right. SpaceX initially actually wanted to land on land. It's got its Super Draco thrusters that could do a propulsive landing. That's obviously much more difficult to do, and obviously they decided that they would just land in the water. Boeing actually, with its capsule, the Starliner, that does land on land. It's got the parachutes, but it's also got sort of a massive, almost like an airbag underneath it, and it lands softly on the ground. But SpaceX is going to be going to the water landing, but with its next generation vehicle, Starship, they're looking at that being a propulsive landing, meaning it fires its engines to land on the ground, the way it brings back the first stages of its rocket boosters, which they recover with a propulsive landing, Libby.
Chris, what are you watching today, and sort of with what kind of anticipation and trepidation? Because, the last time you and I talked on air was for the launch of this spacecraft. And I think we all can visualize and understand the inherent dangers and also the incredible technology and science behind a launch. What should we be watching for today on reentry?
Right, the launch gets like all of the attention, right? It's a big fiery moment where the capsule eventually goes from sitting on the launch pad to going 17,500 miles an hour. And it takes an enormous amount of energy to get it moving that fast. Well, when it comes back, all of that energy has to come out. And you see it doing that in the thick part of the atmosphere, and it's gonna generate heat as temperatures as much as 3,500 degrees. So you'll see the testing of that heat shield, and if everything goes right, Bob and Doug will be sitting in there, cool, calm, and collected, while there's this fireball outside around them. That just sort of shows you how dangerous this is. In fact, they'll lose communications with the ground for about 6 minutes, where they won't be able to communicate or relay any data or telemetry. So you'll look for that moment when they come out of that and they reacquire that signal, Libby.
All right, Christian Davenport, my colleague at the Washington Post and author of The Space Barons. Thanks so much. We'll check in with you in a little while, Chris. Let's go back to my guests throughout this afternoon. Sunny Williams, NASA astronaut and member of the commercial crew. Also Ellen Stofan, director of the Smithsonian's National Air and Space Museum, and Pam Melroy, former NASA astronaut. Ellen, how historic has this mission been? How historic is this day?
You know, it's incredibly historic. The fact that we've seen astronauts for the first time launched by a commercial company rather than by NASA. 2 spacewalks, really exciting mission while Bob and Doug have been up at the space station. But this landing to me is just as exciting as the launch, as Chris was talking about, because the US has not landed humans in water since 1975. In fact, last week I was out at our Udvar Hazy Center in Chantilly, Virginia, which is now open. And we have the Apollo-Soyuz capsule. Again, July of 1975, 45 years ago was the last time we landed in water. So humans in water. That being said, SpaceX has been bringing their Dragon capsules and landing them in water for years now. They're really experienced at it, and they're ready to go.
Pam Melroy, what is reentry and landing like? Take us through the experience as someone who has done this before. The rest of us can only imagine, Pam.
Well, it's interesting how it starts out, what I would say, pretty calm, and you can see it in the video, right? There doesn't appear to be anything happening. And, there's a burn, and that will create a force on the crew. They'll have that experience, but they've done a couple of burns, propulsive burns, to get themselves ready for this anyway, to separate from the space station. So you're, all suited up and ready to go, but it's, compared to Ascent, which is, a pretty wild ride right from the launch, this actually feels very, very gentle at the beginning. But as you then descend into the Earth's atmosphere and you begin to experience aero capture, which means that the atmosphere has caught you, you're not going to go back out into space or skip off. You're coming home. Like Chris said, that's the commit point. Once you've done that burn, you're slowing down, you're coming home. But then you start to feel the effects of drag on the vehicle, and it actually feels like gravity coming back to you. And, that's kind of a bummer, because it's been really awesome floating around in microgravity. It's a vacation for your body, and it's a lot of fun. And you start to feel that drag, and you start to get pushed back into your seat a little bit as the drag comes on the vehicle. And then all of a sudden, in the last few minutes, it's going to get very exciting. Now, for us in the space shuttle, at 50,000 feet or so, the crew would take over manually. The commander would grab the stick and take it over from the computer. The shuttle was designed in the 70s, and the autopilot really wasn't capable of handling the rapid descent and the changes in wind and other conditions. And so we manually landed the shuttle. Doug and Bob will be monitoring the vehicle, but from my perspective, I think the big moment for them is going to be when the parachutes come out. And of course, that's the thing that matters the most. It's essential to a smooth and softer landing. And so it's you're going to be feeling those forces, but the big jolt's going to come when the chutes come out.
Sunny, I'd love to hear anything you'd like to add to what Pam was describing about that experience of reentry.
Yeah, this spacecraft is a lot smaller than the shuttle, if you remember, Pam, right? So things happen on the space shuttle at the far end, and you can hear them and you can feel them, but when they're close in, I'm imagining, because of Soyuz, you really felt the explosions, like, for example, when the service module will come off of the rest of the spacecraft. And then, like you said, you mentioned also the parachutes. When the parachutes open, the drogue chutes open, it's going to slow that spacecraft down quite a bit. And from my Soyuz experience, you're stuck in that seat, and you strap yourself down when you start feeling those aero forces, because you know this is going to happen. And then, like, I've equated it to like being like a nut in a walnut shell. As soon as the drogue chutes come out, it sort of tossles you around, and you want to make sure you're pretty much strapped in there pretty tight as soon as you start feeling the gravity start to come on, because that's going to be a little bit of a wild ride. Once the main parachutes come out, again, a little bit of a wild ride for a time there, and then that will settle out. It'll dissipate, and so you know that that's a good feeling, because you know your main chutes are out, and then you're just sort of anticipating and waiting for that the splashdown. And I'm sure they'll be ready for that. I see that they have handles on their next to their belt on the side there that they'll be holding on to. So I think they'll be ready for that. It'll be a little bit of Mr. Toad's wild ride, but I think it'll be fine.
Well, a reminder to our audience that Sunny Williams is a NASA astronaut, and she's a member of the Commercial Crew Program. Sunny, you have been assigned to the Boeing side of the house, and the guys we're seeing today with the SpaceX team. We just saw some images a few moments ago of them inside the capsule wearing these spacesuits that are really so different technologically than what we all remember. What Pam probably remembers wearing not that long ago, really. So Sunny, tell us about the suits that we're seeing on Bob and Doug, and then tell us about what you wear.
Yeah, suits just like the spacecraft have made a leap in technology, and part of it, the suit has to do the same thing. It has to hold pressure because it's a launch and entry suit. So there might be a case where you might have a leak in the pressure, and you want that suit to be your backup vehicle to make sure that you, the human, are okay in there. So this suit is designed just like the others, where it's a pressure suit. So underneath this nice slick outer layer, there is actually a pressure vehicle that contains you. This one has a couple zippers, one that goes from one ankle around the inside of your leg to the other ankle, and then the boots come over your calves. It also has another zipper right by the hands that will zip your hands in, and then it has like a motorcycle helmet that will click down and hold your helmet closed. The Boeing suit is a little bit more like classical suits we've seen before. You can see right now in the animation, the zipper down the back, which contains or closes the suit. It also has a connected visor. The Boeing suit has a zipper that actually closes your visor, which is a little bit different way of doing the technology. It's not a click that we used to have, or we've had with the helmet, or how the SpaceX suit has the click of closing the visor. So just a little bit different. They're all made to, like I mentioned, hold pressure and keep you safe with cooling and air. They're connected to the spacecraft, and the spacecraft is providing those things for you. So they're wonderful suits. They're made of new materials and technology that we haven't had in the past. There still are people there with sewing machines, though, actually sewing these suits and making sure that they are fitted to the person correctly, and so that you can operate them in a no pressurized scenario. And then also, if you are pressurized, in the case of some leak, like I was mentioning, your suit might puff up and you still have to be able to work in it. And so it's a tough challenge for these suit designers, but they've done an incredible job. I had the pleasure of working with the folks at SpaceX when they were designing their suits and testing it, and they're a great team. And it's pretty cool to see a company like that, brand new, come up with these new suits. Boeing is using David Clark, which is a wonderful company also that has been doing this for a long time, as well as with the military, and uses awesome material that makes it pretty comfortable to get into. So it's pretty neat to see these new space age suits out there.
Sunny, it's just incredible to go from the design to actually see them in use now, not just in all the hours of training that you do, but to finally see them on a mission. I just want to point out we're just a few moments away here from the deorbit sequence start, and that will involve separating from the trunk. Let's go back to Sunny to ask Sunny to tell us more about, Chris talked us through it a little bit, but what are you going to be watching here? What are the steps and what's the importance of this moment?
Yeah, just like you mentioned, the sequence is about to start. So once the trunk separates, they've lost some capability. The trunk has, like Chris mentioned, solar arrays and power. So once that goes away, they're pretty much just in their return capsule, their entry capsule. So that's a big deal. You know, they're going to be wanting to come home. And then the second thing is this deorbit burn. Once that, like Pam mentioned, once the deorbit burn happens, you are committed to coming home because you're on a trajectory for gravity to take over and bring you to that precise landing spot that the team has picked in the past. So those are the first two big things. That means they are coming back to Earth today. You know, before those things happen, people can change their minds, and we can maybe come back tomorrow or the next day. But after those two things happen, we're coming back today, and we've targeted a landing zone. And then, just like we mentioned, in the next dynamic event where you're sitting in the capsule, your fingers are crossed. You want that wild ride to start. You want to feel those parachutes deploy because you want to know that you're going to have a nice soft landing.
This is a test flight. And so I want to go to Ellen to hear about what it means. What's the significance of having a test flight? It may sound a little strange, Ellen, to hear the word test when you're talking about human lives at stake here, not just a lot of money invested in the technology, but human lives. This is, however, part of this evolution, this testing process to show that SpaceX can be certified by NASA to bring crews to the International Space Station.
That's right. You know, NASA is really relying on SpaceX and eventually Boeing to be bringing astronauts back to the station because we need bigger crews up there to be doing the research that needs to get done on the space station to help us get ready to return to the moon and then send humans to Mars. So we need regular flights of both SpaceX and Boeing. This has to be a test flight because, this is a new vehicle. So you want to test out all the systems, make sure they work. They did that without crew numerous times. In the Earth's atmosphere, they tested the parachutes to make sure they're ready to go. They have a lot of experience flying an uncrewed Dragon. And now with this, they had an uncrewed test flight of the crew vehicle. And now with this flight, they only have 2 crew members on board, but they're really giving it that final shakeout to make sure all the systems work the way they need to.
And the deorbit sequence start order has been given, so we're monitoring the progress of that. Pam, I'd like to hear you talk also what it's like to be an astronaut who's on test flights.
Yeah, I was thinking about that, Libby, as you were talking about it. My background is as a test pilot, and so the responsibility there is basically that you are a pilot who has the right engineering degree and background to really understand the vehicle, to be able to have the insight if things don't go perfectly, the ability to also make observations. I think what's exciting about this is, for example, we heard on launch, Doug and Bob were talking about, wow, this was different. It was a different experience than Soyuz. It was a different experience than the space shuttle launch. And so that kind of information is absolutely essential. And that's why you want testers on those flights. They have thought through a lot of those things. They have the right experiences, and then they can share. So, you will be putting rookies who have never been into space before on these vehicles in the future. And so you want somebody who's got experience to be able to figure out what's the best way to operate. Even small things like, what's the best time to get in your suit, right? Can you wait to the last minute, or was it a little awkward? Should you get into the suit earlier? Those kinds of human issues that only somebody who's actually going through it can tell you what the best way to do it is. As Ellen pointed out, there's so much heritage on this vehicle, and that is wonderful. But when so many things are different too, and they're just bringing it all together.
We have confirmation of the claw separation. Now we're standing by for the trunk separation. So I'm taking you through the timeline of events, what's happening here as we watch this process unfold. Ellen, part of this history, is represented in a flag that was given by Chris Cassidy, who's the other astronaut on the International Space Station, still there, the commander of the International Space Station. He passed that along to one of the duo of astronauts, and that's coming back down to Earth with them. Do you know the significance of that?
No, I actually don't. I hadn't heard that story.
Well, we'll talk you through it. It's pretty remarkable. went up to the International Space Station the last time Americans did a flight up there. And so now it's coming back. And the question is, of course, where will it go next? Possibly to the moon, as America has essentially undertaken space flight again. And this gets back, Ellen, to what you were talking about earlier, the historic significance. It had been so many years since American astronauts left from American soil to go into orbit. And of course, all the more remarkable right now because it is the start of this commercial and NASA venture together. What does NASA have on the line here? How significant is it to have the opportunity to send American astronauts back without having to rely on other countries, Russia specifically, to get them to the International Space Station?
This is an incredibly important step for NASA because it is really that ability to say we can launch astronauts from US soil, we can rely on more crew to be coming up to the space station to get the work done that needs to get done to get us ready to get back to the moon and onto Mars. And so that steady rate of launches that you really need to be able to conduct experiments on the ISS, make sure the right equipment and food is up there, it is an important step for NASA. And obviously at the same time, NASA is also turning its focus to the moon, hoping to get humans back onto the surface of the moon in 2024. And keep in mind, again, last summer we were celebrating the 50th anniversary of the first landing on the moon. The last time humans were on the moon was 1972. So it's really time to get back. And NASA's on that path. And this is just one of those steps that we really need to see get started before we're going to see NASA go on to the moon.
You know, that flag I was just mentioning a moment ago, specifically given to Doug Hurley, because he was on that last shuttle mission flight. You know, I'd love to go to Pam to hear from you, Pam. How long did you think this day would take to come? I mean, of course, we're still waiting to make sure that Doug and Bob get home safely. But as an astronaut who saw the end of the shuttle program and then this huge gap in time where we really didn't know what would be coming next, how did you anticipate this day?
Yeah, you know, it's interesting. I think at the time, I don't think we all thought it was going to take quite this long, but there have been some changes in policy. There were, you know, back at that time, there was still discussion about whether, you know, Orion would be going to the space station, you know, back in 2009. Around the time that I left NASA. And so just kind of some uncertainty about that. But I think one of the things that's really exciting is that the real work got started, you know, relatively recently, and that being able to evolve the cargo vehicle into a crew vehicle, I think has proven to be a very fast approach. And I think, you know, maybe 5 years ago, we all weren't sure, but you know, a lot of progress has been made. So yeah, I mean, I think it's fantastic. And you know, as Ellen was talking about the importance of this, it also means that NASA personnel can focus their attention on the moon and allow SpaceX and Boeing to do this part of the work to take astronauts to and from the space station, as well as cargo to and from the space station. And, you know, that's a really good thing for NASA. I think it's been faster and less expensive to go this way. And it's a much harder thing to go to the moon, and to get NASA around focused on the moon and Mars, I think is a good thing.
Well, you know, before this mission got launched, the Washington Post interviewed SpaceX founder Elon Musk about just what he was most concerned about. Listen to this.
Re-entry, probably. Or entry, is technically. My biggest concern would be entry. I mean, the rocket is really doing almost all the work for ascent, and the rocket has flown many times. So this should, you know, again, knock on wood, should be reliable, should work. I mean, overall, I think, like, don't want to jinx it and don't want to be sound complacent or anything, but I think the ascent phase should go well. We got to maneuver over and dock, and we've done that once before. I'd probably worry the most about reentry.
And the deorbit burn has begun. That's what we're hearing from NASA. Let's now go to Christian Davenport, my colleague at the Washington Post who covers the space industry. Okay, Chris, so we've gotten to this point. Where are we in the mission?
Well, this is that key moment, Libby. They fired the deorbit thrusters, and so they're coming home. Bob and Doug are coming home. They will hopefully land safely in the Gulf of Mexico in under an hour. They're going to have that plunge through the atmosphere. The temperatures are going to get as high as 3,500 degrees. We'll see the test of the heat shield, but this is the critical moment, Libby. I mean, it's almost, can't believe it's here. I mean, this is, they're coming home.
Chris, what will you be watching in the coming hour? I mean, you talked about the parachutes earlier. What should we all be aware of and thinking about?
Well, I mean, first up is that they're going to lose the signal with the spacecraft for about 6 minutes, just because of all of the plasma building around it. And I was interviewing Jerry Griffin for a story a week ago. He was a flight director during the Apollo era, and he actually was telling me about during Apollo 13, when they were waiting for that acquisition of signal so they could communicate, it actually went on for like another 2 minutes longer than it was supposed to. And he said you could just hear a pin drop in mission control. And I think that's what it's going to be like at Hawthorne at SpaceX headquarters. It's just going to be, quiet and very tense, people holding their breath, waiting to get that acquisition of signal. And then, there's that high altitude plane that NASA has that'll be searching the skies with its infrared camera, looking to see if it could pick up the heat signature of the spacecraft. That should be one of the first views we get of it. And then when it comes down to about 18,000 feet, you'll have those drogue chutes deploy. That sort of pumps the brakes, and then those mains will deploy, Libby.
Christian Davenport, thank you so much. You're watching a special report from the Washington Post as we await the arrival of Crew Dragon carrying astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley. Stay with us.
As business moves forward, we're changing the way things get done, like how we redefine collaboration and keep our customers happy. You can rely on AT&T to help keep your business connected.
This is live coverage from the Washington Post. I'm Libby Casey, and I'm joined today by Sunny Williams, NASA astronaut and member of the commercial crew, Ellen Stofan, director of the Smithsonian's National Air and Space Museum, and Pam Melroy, former NASA astronaut. Thanks so much to all of you for being with us. All right, Sunny, so here they come. This is happening.
Yep, this is happening. Just like Chris said, they are on their way home. I think this is a little bit longer burn than some of us have experienced before. But that's how the spacecraft is designed. So I think 14:07:44 Eastern time, it should be over. So our fingers are crossed. Those guys are experiencing it right now, and they are on their way to come home. It's exciting because you will be seeing people on Earth before too long, and that hasn't happened for a little while for the two of them. I remember on my first flight there was only 3 people on the space station, and one of the overwhelming experiences was actually seeing many people when I got back here to Earth. Of course, they left in this time frame of COVID-19, so they know what they're coming back to. But it's going to be just a little surreal for them, I think, I'll bet, to come back. But it'll be awesome for them to see their families probably later today. Pretty awesome.
Absolutely, Sunny. One of the surreal moments of this was when we did see Crew Dragon connect to the International Space Station, and Bob and Doug were greeted by Chris Cassidy and the Russian cosmonauts. There were hugs and touching, and it was almost like they truly entered a different place, because here on Earth, of course, unless you've been under quarantine and being very careful, you can't even do that. So they really are coming back to Earth to a very different place. Although, as you mentioned, they've only been up there for about 2 months or so they know what they're coming back into. Sunny, I'd love to hear from you what it's like for families as they watch you go up and have this incredible experience and do this work for the astronaut program. What's it like for them?
Yeah, it's funny because sometimes we get sucked into our own worlds and don't really think about that until we have that conversation with our families and friends. And, I was super excited. My whole family was super excited. But then I sat and talked to my husband a little bit about after the launch, like, how was it? And my sister too, how was it? And, my husband was like, okay, that was a little overwhelming. And my sister said, oh my gosh, I didn't realize rockets had so much fire underneath them. And I'm like, well, they're rockets. Of course they do. But, we're used to it. We're in it for a number of years to get ready. But it does take a big toll. It's stressful on your family to see your loved one launch on that rocket. And like I said, I didn't, consider that as much as I should have. My first flight, my second flight, I tried to make sure everybody was really in the know of what was going on. And, Doug and Bob, of course, their spouses, Karen and Megan, are astronauts, so they know what's going on, but they got the two little boys, Jack and Theo there, that they've got to educate and make sure they understand. And of course, everybody's got a mom, everybody's got a dad, and, they care about their kids who are in those rockets. I know it from talking to my parents, my mom, who's right here, as a matter of fact. And, they're worried about you. You can't escape that even when you're in your 50s.
Absolutely. Well, the astronauts had a farewell party at the space station last night, and Bob Behnken said something that struck me. He said, the hardest part was getting us launched, but the most important part is bringing us home. And of course, thinking about the two astronauts' sons, Jack and Theo. One of the jobs of mission control is to wake up the astronauts, and they put on these great either songs or specific messages for their wake up. This morning, they chose a message very close to home. These are the voices of the two astronauts' sons. Take a listen.
Good morning, Dragon Endeavor. I'm happy you went into space, but I'm even happier that you're coming back home.
Rise and shine, Daddy. We love you. We can't wait to see you. Wake up, wake up.
Rise and shine, Dad.
Don't worry, you can sleep in tomorrow. Hurry home so we can go get my dog.
We love you, Dad.
And those are the voices of Bob Behnken's son, Jack, and Doug Hurley's son, Theodore. And you can certainly imagine what it's like to hear those voices after being up there for 2 months. Pam, what is it like for family? Like, what is it like from your perspective for family?
Oh, well, yeah, Sonny's right on. I mean, it is, your family, of course, they can't help worrying about you, but it's also really exciting for them. I mean, they get to see a launch, and they get to talk to people in space. And, I'm sure that their sons are never going to forget this morning, and the ability to talk to their dads in space and how cool that was. And, it's really important. It's a funny thing about being in space. You spend all this time training on the ground and thinking about going to space, and you can't wait to go. And then when you get up there, all you can think about is your family. And, you start especially thinking about when you're going to get home and see them again. So that's a special moment for everyone.
Well, as Sonny mentioned a few moments ago, these astronauts happen to be married to people who also have experience in space. Doug Hurley's wife, Karen Nyberg, recently retired from the NASA Astronaut Corps, and Bob Behnken's wife, Megan MacArthur, is a NASA astronaut and oceanographer who was recently chosen to fly on a SpaceX flight slated for the spring of 2021. Ellen, that seems so remarkable to see this astronaut family, potentially these spouses, both being part of the SpaceX program, this Crew program, over the next couple of years.
It's really wonderful. And obviously no one knows what an astronaut's life is really like except another astronaut. And so the fact that they've married other astronauts is really not surprising, because it's certainly a different life. I mean, every space is not without risk. And so to have your family really understand that risk and be able to help your kids through it, your parents through it, I think is really important. But obviously right now, what they're certainly feeling is just fingers crossed as we're going through this burn, that we're going to see them soon coming out the other side for a successful splashdown. Really exciting and historic.
You can see an image there of SpaceX Mission Control. That's in Hawthorne, California. We're all used to, of course, back in the day during the Space Shuttle program, seeing launch control at the Kennedy Space Center or mission control for the International Space Station at Johnson. But this is SpaceX's show by and large. So that's where we are seeing those folks sitting there and working, Hawthorne, California. And as we know, a huge day, a lot on the line here for SpaceX in particular. Ellen, how does the Air and Space Museum think about chronicling and archiving a day like today, and not just today, but this entire mission, these past two plus months?
We're designing a whole new gallery for the museum called The Future of Spaceflight, because really things are changing. Right before, for years now, 50 years, it's been primarily governments, and frankly, primarily governments from very few nations. And yet over the last 10 years, we've really seen a sea change. For example, I think it was about 3 weeks ago, we saw the United Arab Emirates launch the Hope mission to Mars. So you have new countries that are players. And of course, now you have this new mix where you have private companies like SpaceX, like Boeing, we have Blue Origin Network, Virgin Galactic. So the whole landscape of who can participate in space has really been changing. And as we go forward into the next few decades, maybe the idea of who gets to go into space will change. It won't just be professional astronauts, it might be average citizens. And so we really want our visitors to the museum to be thinking about how is spaceflight changing? What are the implications of that for everyone? And who gets to be involved? It's an incredibly exciting time. And for us who have partnered for a long time with NASA for our collection, it also means we're reaching out to lots of different people saying, hey, we need your stuff, your artifacts to help us tell the story to the public.
Let's take a look again at Hawthorne Mission Control. You can see Elon Musk actually right there, very close up front. One of the key players of this, the founder of SpaceX. For more on SpaceX and what that company has at stake here today, let's go to Christian Davenport, my colleague at the Washington Post who covers the space industry. Elon Musk had a vision, Chris, and even Elon Musk says that there were 1 in 10 odds at a certain point of doing this. So tell us about what he has done to get to today, and then we'll talk about the rest of SpaceX.
Yeah, I mean, it was a complete long shot, and to be where we are right now, actually, Libby, NASA just confirmed that deorbit burn is complete. So that's a huge part of this mission. They're plunging through the atmosphere right now, so that is a huge, huge moment. But yeah, I mean, everyone told Elon he couldn't start a rocket company. They told him, you can't launch, he'll never make it to orbit. They told him, you could never land and reuse a rocket. And they told him, of course, he was never going to be able to fly people, and he's doing all of that. So, he's gone up against enormous odds, taking on, too, huge players in the industry, like the Boeings and the Lockheed Martins. And, so far, for the most part, has really prevailed.
And as Chris just mentioned, deorbit burn is complete. So we are moving closer and closer to splashdown. Let's talk about Glenn Shotwell, the SpaceX president and COO. She's been with SpaceX since 2002, Chris. How significant is her role? What has she done to get us here today?
Yeah, she's been at SpaceX and by Elon's side from the beginning. SpaceX has a little bit of a reputation where people kind of get burned out and moved on. They've got a core group of people, obviously, who've been there for a long, long time, but none perhaps as significant as Gwen Shotwell. Elon gets a lot of the attention. She's there on a day-to-day basis, running the show. He's thinking about the future and the vision and how to get to the moon and Mars, and she's really operating. She's the chief operating officer. She is just having all the trains run on time.
So I want to talk to you about the competition between SpaceX and Boeing and just what got us here today. What is the trajectory of this commercial crew effort?
Yeah, this is one of the great corporate rivalry stories in a long, long time. When these contracts for the Commercial Crew Program were awarded in 2014, everyone thought Boeing was going to fly first. There was a flag that was brought up to the International Space Station on the last space shuttle flight in 2011, and it was supposed to be brought back by the first crew of astronauts launched from American soil, and everyone thought that was going to be Boeing, and Boeing was going to bring it back. But they've stumbled badly on their uncrewed test flight. They had a series of problems as soon as their spacecraft reached orbit. Now they actually have to redo that mission without astronauts before NASA will let them fly astronauts. And meanwhile, SpaceX has just sort of leapt ahead and is moving so fast. And here they are bringing Bob and Doug home and already looking ahead to their next mission, which is the first operational mission. Remember, this is a test flight. NASA will go over the data, certify them, and then if everything checks out, they'll let them fly an operational mission, which would have 4 astronauts on board, and that could come as soon as late September. So it's possible that SpaceX actually has 2 missions with crews before Boeing has its first.
And Chris, you point out that Crew 1 mission, which could happen as early as late September, the astronauts have already been picked. There's a Japanese astronaut who's going to be on board. And then they're also working now on setting up a second operational flight slated for February 2021. One of the astronauts booked on that flight is Megan MacArthur, who's married to Bob Behnken. So there is a lot of planning happening already.
Yeah, and the funny thing about that is on Megan MacArthur's flight, she's going to be actually, and this is the plan now, on the exact same spacecraft that at this moment is hurtling through the atmosphere. Now you're starting to get that friction and generating that enormous heat. But if all goes well and it comes back safely, they're going to process it, refurbish it, and then reuse it. Initially, NASA wasn't going to let SpaceX do that, but SpaceX convinced them that they can bring their capsules back, refurbish them, and refly them the way they do with their rocket boosters. So there was a lot of joking on Twitter that Bob and Doug better leave it clean and fully gassed and pick up all their wrappers before the next crew gets on board.
Okay, Chris, so tell us about what the astronauts are experiencing now. You mentioned that they've hit this significant step in the process. What's next?
Yes, so if all goes well, according to the schedule, we are a half an hour or so away from splashdown, if you can believe it. They're going to be soon entering the ever thickening part of the atmosphere, generating that enormous heat, testing the heat shield. We're going to look for that acquisition of signals so that we can hear them coming through. We need to know that they're okay, and then those parachutes will deploy. But even when they splash down, I don't think anyone is really going to breathe a sigh of relief until they're back on the boat again, safe.
All right, Christian Davenport with the Washington Post, also author of The Space Barons. We'll continue to check in with you, Chris, as this day unfolds. You're looking there at Hawthorne, California. That's Mission Control. That's SpaceX calling the shots today. Now, as Chris and I were just talking about, SpaceX is one of a number of private companies that have been vying to put people in space first and get up to the International Space Station. NASA's also been working with Boeing. So let's learn more about that rivalry.
We have to congratulate the men and women of SpaceX.
As SpaceX prepares to bring American astronauts back to Earth, another U.S. company is still getting ready for launch. For the past 6 years, Boeing has been the other private company in the race to design and build a new generation of American spacecraft to replace the space shuttle.
The final liftoff of Atlantis on the shoulders of the space shuttle, America will continue the dream.
Since the shuttle program retired in 2011, NASA has had to rely on Russia to fly crews to the International Space Station. In 2014, NASA partnered with SpaceX and Boeing to build its first commercial spacecraft.
But I know a lot of us are cheering on the success of our commercial crew program, and it's not because of what it means to NASA human spaceflight, but what it means to human spaceflight for everyone.
Both companies got multi-billion-dollar contracts, and for a while, it was thought Boeing was ahead in design. But both companies needed to pass certain tests with NASA, like launching an uncrewed capsule into space and successfully docking with the space station, something SpaceX was able to do last March.
And liftoff, the rise of Starliner.
While Boeing's CST-100 Starliner came up short, suffering 2 major software problems during their uncrewed flight, and it was never able to dock with the space station.
It appears as though the mission elapsed timing system had an error in it, and that anomaly resulted in the vehicle believing that the time was different than it actually was.
Boeing was able to successfully land on solid ground last year in White Sands, New Mexico. It's a feat SpaceX has yet to accomplish, having only landed their capsule in water, rendering it unfit for human use again.
Hey everybody, I'm Chris Ferguson.
When it does fly, Chris Ferguson, who commanded the final shuttle flight, will be on board. Boeing is now awaiting a second uncrewed flight before they'll try with astronauts next year.
Good indication of jettison of both solid rocket boosters.
And if you were paying attention there, you saw in that footage, along with Ferguson, you saw Sunny Williams, because she is part of that crew, that NASA crew that's working with Boeing. Sunny, let's go to you and talk about what you and your colleagues are doing, because you are by no means sitting around and twiddling your thumbs. I mean, there is so much effort and so many paces that you are going through during this time. What's life like as an astronaut who's part of this program?
Yeah, Libby, it's really exciting, and you've seen some of the footage of the Atlas V launch of the first OFT mission, and we have a second OFT mission coming up, orbital flight test, coming up this fall before the crewed flight test, which will take Chris and Nicole and Mike Fink up to space. So in the meantime, we recognized what the problem was with the software. We've been working with the company through some of those software challenges, and making sure that we, as the people inside the astronauts, can also back up that software. So it's been an exciting spring and summer, actually working through all of the, like I mentioned, the software, not only for launch and getting into orbit, but also for entry. So, this Starliner has manual controls, classic controls that people have used and seen on other spacecraft, like the shuttle and the Soyuz, that has a rotational hand controller and a translational hand controller, physical controllers. We have been working through all of the manual ways that you would rendezvous and dock to the space station, and how you would use those hand controllers for a manual entry as well, in case there's any software hiccups in the navigation and the guidance that we have on board. So it's been really busy just making sure that this spacecraft is really, these spacecraft, the two of them that will fly, are really robust and will be successful when they launch with crew on them next year. So it's been fun, and it's been fun working with the team. They've had their ups and their downs, and we're working hand in hand with them. We're excited to go, and I think that excitement translates to the team who suffered this hiccup, but they're going to get over it. And like I mentioned, these spacecraft, when I saw it launch on the Atlas V, and when I saw it land, I was there at White Sands when it landed. I mean, the thing that came to my mind was, these are solid spacecraft. These spacecraft can, take a beating that it is going up to space, and take that beating that we're experiencing right now with the Dragon coming back into Earth's atmosphere, and can go back and do it again. They're really, really good spacecraft. We just got to work on that software and make sure we have the backup controls to make sure that they're successful every single time.
We're looking at images there on your screen of Hawthorne, California. That's SpaceX Mission Control. You can see Elon Musk, and right next to him is Gwen Shotwell, SpaceX's president and COO, who has been really the driving force behind the success of the mission that has gotten us here today. We're just about 30 minutes away from the expected Crew Dragon splashdown. There's lots more to come with our guests, Sunny Williams, Pam Melroy, and Ellen Stofan. You're watching live coverage from the Washington Post. Stay with us.
As business moves forward, we're changing the way things get done, like how we redefine collaboration and keep our customers happy. You can rely on AT&T to help keep your business connected.
This is live coverage from the Washington Post, less than half an hour away from the expected splashdown. We're watching, of course, to see Crew Dragon hit the water in the Gulf of Mexico off the coast of Pensacola, Florida. Astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, part of this historic mission, a commercial flight manned by NASA astronauts going up to the International Space Station and coming back down to Earth. Sunny, when Elon Musk talked to the Washington Post before launch, he said that parachutes are way harder than they look. Now, I have no doubt that is true. And he talked about just how they've been an issue. They were a morale issue even at SpaceX, as people were getting frustrated and trying to figure out just how to engineer them. Talk to us about the complications of the parachute technology.
Yeah, it's interesting because everyone goes, oh, parachutes have been around for a long time. Why is this so hard? But part of the thing that's hard about it is that integration into the vehicle, which it's controlling on its way down. People have landed under parachutes for a long time. We're generally, 100 to 200 or 300, 250 pounds. And we have parachutes that are strong enough to hold that weight. But these vehicles are actually pretty big and pretty heavy, upwards of 20,000 pounds, and how to actually get parachutes to come out and deploy correctly, and then control that vehicle down onto the ground in a controlled fashion that the people inside are going to be okay. That's a different story. Now, another complication comes in when you add a number of parachutes. So that means that the deploy sequence has to work for a number of parachutes, obviously, and then those number of parachutes can't get tangled up. And then you have to worry about what happens if one of them doesn't deploy or there's a problem with one of them. How those parachutes actually interact as they're entering the atmosphere is also something that has been relatively new. We've had 3 parachutes in the past, and SpaceX now has 4 parachutes. So again, those complications of how it is stored in the spacecraft and how it deploys. One of the biggest things with spacecraft is weight, right? So if you had all of the luxury in space, all the luxury in the world with weight in space, you can put those parachutes perfectly in the place that would deploy them, without a problem. But it also has to fit around all of the other systems that are going onto that spacecraft. And so it's a little bit hard to pack those parachutes in that spacecraft. It's a little bit hard to get that initial deployment to go correctly. And then it's a little bit difficult to solve the problem of how those multiple parachutes are going to interact as they come down and land the spacecraft so that the people inside are okay. So it's complicated. And we've been working, Boeing and SpaceX hand in hand with the companies that actually make the parachutes and working through some of the problems and trying to, instrument them and try to understand it. So even after 100 years of parachute manufacturing, we're still learning new things.
Let's go to Pam Melroy. Pam, we've talked about how launch gets a lot of attention, but reentry is just as important. For you as an astronaut, what were the big moments that you were, just really, grateful you made it through, grateful they were behind you? I'm also interested in just what parts of this are just something that we can't really imagine the physical experience of, both in launch as well as reentry.
Yeah, I was thinking as Sunny was talking about the parachutes, how incredibly different they are than a wing. So, with the hard wing of an airplane or the shape of it, you can do modeling around the aerodynamics. You can say, well, if I, move the rudder or the aileron, this is exactly what's going to happen. And you can generate that. These parachutes, as she pointed out, they interact with each other. They're softer. They are, they interact with the atmosphere in less predictable ways. We just don't have the modeling and the design tools to really know what to do. There's so much uncertainty in any given opening of sequence and opening event that it can actually have a pretty big impact. And then, what happens if you have uncertainty? You just throw more at it. So I'm going to throw another parachute. That means more volume. That means more interaction. And you can see how the uncertainty builds. Uncertainty is the thing that is, those moments, those highly dynamic moments, those are the things that you want behind you. The same thing is true for launch. Obviously, the ignition of the rocket, maximum dynamic pressure, all of the staging events, but the same thing is going to be true on entry. And that's why, you see us watching very closely the trunk separation. I noted earlier that they put up that the nose cone had closed. That's another big, it's a mechanism that it's important to have it behind you, but it's all about the parachutes going forward. And then of course, how those parachutes are performing, wind gusts and things like that are going to actually impact the impact to the water. So there's a lot of kind of unknowns about the performance of these parachutes. I mean, we know generally they're designed to be big enough and they have have robustness in case you lose one of them, but inside that variability is pretty high.
Looking at Johnson Space Center there, and we're hearing from Pam Melroy, former astronaut who was in fact inducted into the United States Astronaut Hall of Fame earlier this year. Pam, congratulations on that. It was you and Scott Kelly this year were the honorees. I'm sure a bit anticlimactic because of Oh, sorry, go ahead. And who did I miss?
And Mike Lopez Alegria. Don't forget Mike.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks so much for correcting me. I'm sorry it was a little bit anticlimactic this year because of coronavirus, but it's a huge achievement and such an honor nonetheless, so well deserved. We talked a little bit about how big this moment is and how we all wondered when we would get here. What do you hope to see happen next with the space program? What are your aspirations for the space program in the coming years?
Well, I think we've talked quite a bit, Chris and Ellen and Sunny and I, about all these changes in the space industry and what's going forward, the significance of having a commercial company be able to do the things that they're doing on this mission. And as I pointed out before, it also allows NASA to focus more of their resources on going to the moon and Mars. The vision that I see ahead, it probably won't be an exact model, but if you think about the way aviation is today, there's private aviation where people can own an aircraft and get a pilot's license. And then you have, commercial aviation where you have crew members who fly the passenger aircraft, and then you have people who are passengers. And then you have military aviation where you have pilots who are trained maybe to push the envelope, like test pilots, but combat pilots who are subjected to higher G-forces, more dangerous missions, very high performance aircraft, and high performance missions. And it'll be interesting to see how we go forward with commercial space. Is it going to be the same thing? Are we going to have the capability for people to buy a ticket and go to space? Absolutely. There's people who've already lined up for that. But then you have professional crew who are, controlling the vehicle and operating it and so forth. And then you have NASA astronauts and government astronauts who are pushing the boundaries, doing the things that have never been done before, that are harder and more expensive, take more training, and really are pushing the boundaries of what we understand about the solar system and about human spaceflight. So as I see it, this is opening up a new era that will allow more people to have a variety of experiences relative to space. But the one that we will all share is the view of the Earth from space. Mm-hmm. And that is absolutely magnificent.
When Doug Hurley was tweeting some incredible photographs that he had taken from the International Space Station over the last 2 months. Here's an update, what we're hearing from NASA. The weather is great at the splashdown site. Waves of just about 1 foot and winds 2 knots. So good conditions off the coast of Pensacola, Florida, and the Gulf of Mexico. That's where they're intending to have Crew Dragon splash down. And we're continuing to see the speed drop. And this is so significant and such a massive shift because it has to go from thousands of miles an hour. By the time it splashes down, it's going to go down to about 15 or 16 miles an hour. What a huge, massive deceleration. Just a few moments ago, it was still at 17,000 miles an hour. In just a few moments, we're waiting for that maneuver to entry attitude. And then within the next half an hour, we'll see that drogue chute deploy, and then the main chute deploy, and then ultimately splash down. NASA saying it's about 19 minutes till that happens. Ellen Stofan, we were just hearing Pam talk about what could be the next steps for the space program. Not only are you the director of the Smithsonian National Air and Space Museum, you were NASA's chief scientist working on plans to bring humans back to Mars. So Ellen, where does this fit in sort of a timeline of next steps for the American space program?
Well, for me, Mars is really the prize because we think that maybe about 3.5 billion years ago, that life could have evolved on Mars. And it's going to take astronauts on the surface of Mars breaking open a lot of rocks to really demonstrate, did life evolve on Mars? And how is it different from life here on Earth? So if you have that as the vision and the goal, you say, well, how are we going to get humans to Mars? And you have to do it step by step. And so on the space station, we've been testing how do we keep humans healthy in space for long periods of time. It's a 7-month journey to Mars. You're going to be at Mars for at least 7 months to a year, and then long journey back. So how do we do these long duration flights? How do we have food that can stay stable and that the astronauts can eat? How do we keep all the systems, the critical life support systems, clean air, water, on board? That's what we've been doing up on the International Space Station, is really getting ready for this next step of pushing humans deeper into space. And that's been going great, but we need SpaceX and Boeing to be bringing those extra crew members up on board the ISS to get the extra work done. Then we need to go out to the vicinity of the moon and really test those systems, test a habitat that could get us to Mars, keep the astronauts there safe, and then bring them home again. Test things that can protect us against radiation that you get in deep space. So a lot of issues around human health. We can test that out at the moon, where you can get home safely in 3 days and you're not committing to that 7-month journey to Mars. But I think by the early to mid 2030s, we'll be ready for that first crewed mission to Mars.
As we're watching what's happening with the Crew Dragon capsule, we're getting much closer to splashdown and that assigned time. Now, note that there will be a communication blackout for about 6 minutes, and that's nerve-wracking for everyone at Hawthorne. They'll be so relieved when they are able to get communication again once it's lost. That's going to happen shortly once they get communications next. We're just a few minutes away from that. Sunny Williams, that has to be nerve-wracking for everybody involved when there is that period of silence.
Yeah, absolutely, Libby. And when we say communications, I think most people just think about not being able to talk, but it's also a data communication. So, even if for some reason the communications of voice goes down, usually, on the International Space Station, the ground has the ability to look at data that's still streaming down. So that's also what's lost. So you really have a real loss of signal to everything that's going on, the spacecraft, as well as having that voice communication. So, it happens. Every spacecraft as it's coming in is going to go through that plasma, and that's not going to be able to, so the spacecraft will not be able to, transmit to the satellites to get down to Earth, to the mission control centers. And it's a moment where everyone's sort of holding their breath and making sure, hoping everything's going to come out on the other side okay. Of course, why is that happening? Is, like I mentioned, all that plasma's around the vehicle. And, from my experience in Soyuz, you're sitting pretty close to the window right there where you see this plasma going right by the side of your face, and you realize what is actually going on. So maybe the ride might be a little smooth, but I'd be very curious to hear from Bob and Doug what it sounded like, what it looked like. In the shuttle, Pam probably remembers there's usually a pink glow. It was a pink glow in the Soyuz also as we were coming down. And you start to actually feel, gravity coming on you. As I mentioned earlier, you're starting to, tighten down your lap belt and your seat belt to make sure you're stuck in your seat, because you're in space, you're generally floating a little bit. So you're not able to get that good cinching down of your belts. And so that's all starting right now. And these guys are really experiencing coming through the atmosphere to come home and get that slow down so they could land softly, like I mentioned earlier.
Sunny, we're just a moment away from that blackout period. Since this is a test flight, what sort of debrief will Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley go through? What kind of a debrief will they have, both from SpaceX, but also NASA? I'm sure you're going to have a lot of questions for them.
Absolutely. They're going to walk through every moment of the flight. We already started it from the launch, of course, because you forget some stuff. So already we've had debriefs with them. And, the Boeing guys, actually us, were invited to listen in also to what they had to say about their trip up. Again, we haven't launched on a capsule on a rocket for quite some time, as Ellen mentioned earlier. And so it's a new experience for all of us in the astronaut office, because we don't have some of those wonderful folks who launched before us, around on a daily basis. So we've already had a couple debriefs to hear what they've said about launch and rendezvous and docking. And now, like I mentioned real quickly, the sounds to me are important, because you want to know, of course it's machinery. So you want to know what the correct sounds are, what the correct feelings are when it comes to G onset, what you see, how the software can handle that, how the computers can handle these pretty drastic changes in environments. So all of that is something that they're going to be asking about. And of course, we've had recording equipment on the unmanned spacecraft, but it's only recording what we could anticipate. And when you have somebody there, just like when we eventually have somebody on Mars, we're probably going to find new things that the human just picks up that maybe we didn't anticipate and think about beforehand. So there'll be lots of questions about how the entry felt. I think Bob and Doug mentioned that, you know, the MVAC was a little bit rougher than everyone had thought it was going to be. And so that's good information for the next folks going up on the next SpaceX Dragon on the Falcon 9. So there's just so much to learn. If you're an observer and you're a test pilot, like Pam mentioned, that's one of the things we're trained to do, and we're training the rest of our astronaut corps to do that as well. Be an observer and take note of the things that you anticipated, you didn't anticipate it, so you can pass that down for the next generation of explorers.
Sunny, we are now in that 6-minute LOS, loss of signal. So that is the zone that we are in. We'll be watching closely to see how everyone reacts when they are able to get communications back up and running. You know, it's so interesting for us to think about how it is that loss of communication, not just from the voices, but also all the technology. Sunny, what is it like when for an astronaut when you do finally reconnect? I've been thinking a lot about what it must be like for mission control, but what is it like for the astronaut?
You know, if all is going well, which I'm sure it will be, and my Soyuz flight on the way home, it all went well, and you know, you're making those calls and you're fine. You know, you're just going, it's going to happen, that we're going to come out of this at some point in time when we slow down enough. Then you're just anticipating the next thing that's going to happen. So that loss of signal to us inside the capsule, when we have the data in front of us on the screens, is not that worrisome. If all of a sudden the data starts to go away, then that might be a little bit concerning. But if everything is going as we have trained and planned, then it's, like I mentioned, not that concerning. I think the one thing that you think about is, like, if you don't get calm for a longer time, you're worrying that the rescue forces won't know where you are. That was sort of our situation. Like, you want to have that conversation to know that, okay, you're watching us, you know where we're going to come down. And so that's, I think, one of the things that was on the back of my head when we were landing on the steppes of Kazakhstan.
Well, we're now waiting for that AOS, the acquisition of signal, and then 2 minutes after that, we'll see parachutes. We're only about 10 minutes away from anticipated splashdown, so do stay with this live coverage from the Washington Post. Pam, I want to reflect a little bit on the work done on the International Space Station. You know, it's just pretty amazing to see messages from the astronauts as they share, like I was saying earlier, Doug Hurley taking some really incredible photos of the Earth. We were following the spacewalks that Bob Behnken was doing, the chores that they were both doing on the International Space Station. What were you paying attention to while they were there?
Well, I think you know, it's just interesting to have them come up. You know, if they'd been rookies, it would have been much harder for them to seamlessly blend with the crew. What was really impressive to me was to watch Bob go out on the spacewalk, because you know, everything has changed, right? Shuttle era crews would train for spacewalks. They do a minimum of 6 or 7 runs in the pool. They optimized the timelines. They were highly trained for each spacewalk. And for the station, we've had to have a much more skills-based program. It's like, well, we don't know what's coming, so you're not going to be able to practice it in the pool. You're up on the station for 6 months. So you just need to be familiar with all the tasks and have good basic skills, and off you go. But to me, what I was thinking was, wow, isn't your brain completely full with this brand new vehicle, this brand new flight? As Sunny said, you've got debriefs, you're starting to think about the prep and coming back, and you know, making sure you've got everything in order. And oh yeah, I'll just throw a spacewalk in there too. You know, that was what really surprised me. But you know, it's just such a tribute both to the incredible experience of Doug and Bob, that they, you know, can handle all of that. But I think how much we know also about the space station and how much we've evolved the way we do things. And we're going to have to push forward and evolve to new ways of doing things too when we go on to the moon and Mars.
Well, breaking news here, Pam. NASA says it's out of the blackout period. They are getting some data. They've got comms back up and running with the astronauts. I see you got a huge smile on your face, Pam.
Oh, I'm excited to, yes, as Sunny said, they're busy. They're not worried about it, but we worry about it, right? It's terrible not to be able to talk to them. Or what I think hurts the worst, I can tell you for an aerospace engineer, is losing the data. You want to look at that data. You want to look at it all the time, and you want complete connectivity. So that's the hardest part. But it's great. Just cannot wait to see their faces coming out of the hatch.
Ellen Stofan, we're getting our first views right there of the Crew Dragon capsule. The astronauts named it Endeavour. You're the director of the Air and Space Museum, but you also have more than 25 years experience in the field. And, I'd love to know what it's like from your perspective as someone with that background as a scientist, as someone who knows the technology of this stuff, the engineering. What is it like to see this moment happening now?
It's so exciting. And my dad actually worked for NASA. So I've been around the space program basically my whole life. And these successes are just such a big deal because those of us involved in the space program know it's hard. Everything has risk associated with it. And so when you know that a team has worked so hard to get every detail right, to worry every detail, oh my gosh, there it is. So the SpaceX folks, have been working like crazy on this. And to see this come to fruition is incredibly exciting.
Sunny Williams, we can see it now. That must feel good to you.
Oh yeah, the TV's on right behind me, so I was pointing it out to my family here. I'm like, there it is. It's pretty cool. It's coming in, and that's a neat view. Just to be able to have these assets, we're able to see what's going on and how the spacecraft is coming in. Just simply incredible. So before long, I think that the drogues are coming out real soon, and then the main chute. So we should see that. We should witness that firsthand here on TV. So that's pretty cool. I'm just excited for them. They're gonna, like I said, the wild ride is happening, but it's a good wild ride.
You're seeing live images there now of the Crew Dragon capsule. Sunny, the astronauts named it Endeavour. We've just because we've been calling it, Crew Dragon. It's this test vehicle. Up, you can see there.
Yeah, there they are. These are the drogue chutes.
The drogue parachutes deploying. A great thing to see. Sunny, why name this? Why call this Endeavour?
Every spacecraft has a name. Every ship has a name. Bob and Doug were the ones who decided Endeavour. This is a name that shows where we are, what we are, and where we're going. We endeavor to do the next step, and this is the next step of spaceflight. Like Ellen and Pam have mentioned, like my dream, and I think most people's dream, is to see everybody be able to have the view of Earth from space, and this is a step in that direction. We're endeavoring to take those next bolder, broader steps. Wow, 4 big parachutes, pretty awesome.
Let's watch and listen to NASA as we see those 4 chutes deploy.
So at this point, the main parachutes have deployed. They are inflating, as you can see there on your screen, continuing to slow Dragon down significantly. We are anticipating splashdown in just under 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah, we've already slowed the vehicle down to about 16 miles an hour. It's already less than 1 kilometer in altitude.
So you're seeing those 4 chutes out and splashdown just moments away. A remarkable moment. We heard earlier that Elon Musk had told the Washington Post that parachutes are tough and that it was a real morale issue. It was very hard for SpaceX to nail this. It was a problem back even with the Apollo program. And so this is something they worked hard on, and you can see there the work paying off as those chutes have deployed successfully.
The Gulf of Mexico.
So much work has to be done to slow this down. We're going from tens of thousands of miles an hour to just 15 or so miles an hour as they hit the water. We were all concerned, of course, about the tropical storm forecast, but that's on the eastern coast of Florida. This is happening in the Gulf of Mexico off the coast of Pensacola. And we heard from NASA that it was just great conditions on the water.
Just passed about 300 meters. 1 minute till splashdown.
You can see Hawthorne Mission Control there, Gwen Shotwell, as well as Elon Musk, watching this moment happen.
So there we heard Bob and Doug reporting that they are bracing for a splashdown. We should be able to see the Gulf of Mexico here in the shot just momentarily, as we're now just about 20 meters off the ocean.
Splashdown.
As you can see on your screen, we have visual confirmation for splashdown.
SpaceX copies and concurs. We see splashdown and mains cut.
Dragon Endeavour has returned home.
Cheers in Mission Control in Hawthorne, California at SpaceX. A day that was long anticipated. Elon Musk told Chris Davenport, our colleague himself, that there was a 1 in 10 chance of getting to this point, getting to this day. But we've seen now Crew Dragon Endeavour splash down in the Gulf of Mexico. A huge milestone in this. And now the retrieval of the astronauts, that work already underway. Huge applause as we hear that splashdown has successfully happened there. Sunny Williams, Chris Davenport said earlier that he'll be reassured, he'll know this is really a success once we see the astronauts get out of that capsule and get onto a boat.
Absolutely. You know, they have a couple fast boats that will get in there pretty quick and just make sure that the spacecraft is fine. You know, it landed fine and everything about it is fine. But then the next step is making sure it's cleared for any toxic gases, and then the retrieval ship will come in and get ready to pick it up with its A-frame, and then put the capsule on the ship, and then it'll drive it into a little area where they'll be able to open up the IDA hatch, where the nose cone is, and then get the astronauts out. So actually, I think they're going to take them out the side hatch where they got in. I lost a little lock on that from training. But so that will be before long, within the hour, they should be on the boat and getting out of the spacecraft. And then their flight surgeons, and there's probably about 40 people from SpaceX and NASA that will help to recover them, get them out of there, get them out of their spacesuits, and make sure that they're okay. But we won't see them come out until they're on the ship. That's the nominal way that they will recover the astronauts. You know, if something happened and the ship had a problem, then they might think about taking them out of the spacecraft in the water, but that's not the nominal way. So we'll see them when they get out on the boat.
Well, we have seen visuals inside the capsule, so that is also great news, a really good sign. Pam Melroy, the astronauts, it's sort of hard to imagine bobbing in the ocean until they're retrieved. We are hearing from SpaceX that stable 1, it means it landed upright. You can see there an inside shot of the craft.
Yeah, and might make you want to ask what stable 2 is. I'm not sure what SpaceX calls it, but in Apollo, stable 2 was upside down. So stable 1 is always good to hear. It means you're upright. But you know, if I could ask right now, what I'd be most interested in is, you know, how does it feel bobbing up and down, especially after coming back from microgravity? Do they feel a little sick, or is it fine? Is it calm? It looks like the water's really calm and stable, which is wonderful. And you know, that's the kind of stuff I would want to know, is how did the touchdown feel? And looks like they got a few things to focus on. I always found it better when there was something to do than to worry about you know, how I felt physically. It gives you something else to focus on. So I'm sure they're talking to the folks, and they're doing the things that they need to do to save the vehicle. And I'm sure they're even readier than we are to get out. So for them to see them.
Well, we saw movement from inside the capsule from both astronauts, from Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken, all excellent signs. And as NASA says that SpaceX said stable 1, that means it landed upright. And this splashdown happened exactly on time at 2:48 as they were aiming for. You know, there is such a strong rapport between these two astronauts, between Bob and Doug. And Bob Behnken said he was looking forward to splashdown at the end of the mission. He also said, though, I'm expecting a bit of vomiting to maybe happen at the end. And he was like, maybe we'll do it together. Maybe Doug and I will do that together. And he said, it may seem like a weird thing to say, but I'm looking for that kind of celebratory event to end this mission. Let's go to Chris Davenport, covers the space industry for the Washington Post. Chris, we're seeing the astronauts inside the capsule. We saw them both moving. We've seen this splashdown happen just as SpaceX was aiming to do. We talked about how this happened exactly on time, and also Stable 1 landing upright. What's your reaction at this moment, Chris?
It is amazing. I mean, what a shot. It was right on time. And then Bob and Doug are in there, and you could hear Doug, and he immediately goes right into, the manual and the procedures. I mean, just such an incredibly cool customer. The thing that you notice too on the capsule is those absolute scorch marks. I mean, it's supposed to be white. That's what it looks like when it launches. But the heat and the burning from that re-entry is just so intense. The 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit that we've been talking about, but that's the sort of physical manifestation of that, and it really just shows you how dangerous it was. But it looks like the drogue parachutes worked perfectly, the heat shield held up, those mains worked fine. There was a lot of talk about the work that SpaceX had done to make sure that the parachutes would work properly, and you've got those two fast boats that had sprinted out there to make sure that the spacecraft is stable. They establish communication with Bob and Doug and then gather up those parachutes. The other thing, there was a lot of talk about that Bob and Doug, coming back from a weightless environment, their vestibular system kind of being out of whack, feeling Earth's gravity, and then landing at sea and bobbing around, that they were anticipating getting sick. But my gosh, look at how calm the sea is there. I mean, it just is almost as smooth as glass. I mean, it's really something.
Thanks so much, Christian Davenport with the Washington Post. Pam Melroy, we were watching so carefully to see how tropical storm would impact this day. We in the Washington Post control room were sort of nervous and concerned about just, would this happen today? Would it need to be delayed? But the tropical storm, working its way up the eastern coast of Florida meant that the Gulf of Mexico is actually, as you can see, quite still. This is a new thing to have a splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico. It opens up some new doors, it seems like.
Yeah, I just love that, the flexibility. Florida, obviously, it's so much better to be able to be close to where your facilities are in both Houston and in Florida. But to have the flexibility to have multiple landing sites, I think it's just fantastic, and that the fact that they have the resources for that. And you're exactly right. I mean, I guess maybe I've lived in Hurricane Alley too long, both, spent a lot of time in Florida and Houston. And it is a funny thing that it sort of vacuums up all the weather around it. So if you're outside, the hit zone for the hurricane, the weather's lovely. So it's a great set of options, because, by the way, there will be hurricanes that come into the Gulf of Mexico, at which point landing on the Atlantic Ocean side is going to be better. So this is terrific.
Ellen Stofan, I imagine that the Air and Space Museum would love to get a hold of Dragon crew capsule named Endeavour by Bob and Doug, but its work is not done. SpaceX, as we heard earlier, does plan to reuse this. This is part of the efforts to not just have essentially disposable equipment, disposable technology. And so even though we see the scorch marks that Chris was talking about, there is a plan for life after this.
That's right, because reusability gets the cost down. The cost down, improves access to space. And so all of this is really about, how do you get the cost of access to space, whether it's cargo, whether it's crew, down. And the way through to do that is reusability. It's great for cost, not so great for museums, because this is truly a historic moment. We have witnessed today an incredible event that has really changed the way the United States operates its space program. Incredibly exciting, new partnerships, new way going forward. Good for everybody.
Ellen, let's just tick through some of the historic moments here. This is the first splashdown of an American crew spacecraft in 45 years because so many landings have been on land. This is also so significant because it's a commercial endeavor, but it's carrying NASA astronauts. This is a NASA crew, and this is a successful test flight now. It all seems to be successful for SpaceX. Please help us sort of put this into historic terms at this moment.
Well, when you think about the fact that NASA's only been around for about 60 some years, it was only 50 years ago that we first landed on the moon. And all of a sudden now we see people going to space with a commercial company, not with a government entity. The government entity is paying, but they're not the ones that are really driving this, as we've seen that from the control room in Hawthorne. So this is a real change. And to me, what's exciting about it is it's moving us into an era where going to space is not for the few. It's not just for the governments. It's increasingly going to be for everyone. Now, is that really going to happen? Are we going to get to this kind of science fiction world where we have hotels on the moon and hotels in Earth orbit? I'm not so sure. But this is the first step in heading to that direction. So I think the next decade is going to be really exciting.
Ellen, Elon Musk's vision for this program all started with a desire to get to Mars, and efforting seeing people on Mars is something that you're well familiar with, of course, with your background. So for Elon Musk, this is just one step in a much longer journey.
That's right. You know, first you've got to get this launch capability. You've got to show you can take people back and forth. And, you know, we've been talking about how he's now doing these water landing, but he wants to move to landing humans on the ground. Just think about that. On Mars, there are no oceans. You can't land on water. So for him, the next step of getting Dragon to be able to land on hard surfaces or land is an important step for him getting humans to Mars and safely home again. Everything he does is very calculated out with that prize in mind. Let's get humans on the surface of the red planet.
We were talking earlier about their work on the International Space Station. Let's go back to Sunny Williams, who's watching this happen right now, watching as we see the Crew Dragon capsule sort of wait for this retrieval that's going to be so significant. But Sunny, I want to revisit their work on the International Space Station. How much were you able to check in and just keep tabs on what Bob and Doug were doing there, along with the cosmonauts and Chris Cassidy?
Oh yeah, you know, like our office is very well in tune with what's going on up on the space station. You know, Pam mentioned the spacewalks and the maintenance that the guys were doing while they're up there. We were part of making sure a lot of us in the office were there, making sure those guys are ready to go out the door, as you call it. I think I mentioned when we were talking before, I think I did Bob's last NBL training before he left, so pretty familiar. Of course, Jessica Meir and Christina Coe and Drew Morgan had done those battery EVAs beforehand, so they're well in tuned. We have some of our newer astronauts who are IV, who are like in mission control, going through the procedures with them, Jasmine Mugbelli and Josh Kutrick. So a lot of us were right in the mix with them, helping them out, as well as, you know, of course, the Capcoms, the capsule communicators who are in mission control, talking to Chris, Doug, and Bob on a daily basis. And then, of course, our partners in Russia, talking to our Russian cosmonauts, doing that work. So, yeah, we're in tune with everything that they're doing while they were up there. And it was pretty fun to watch them turn to, sort of like Pam said, you know, we've built on a large foundation to be able to take these next steps. Building the space station required those practiced spacewalks 7 times in the NBL for one on orbit, and now she was mentioning the skills-based. But that's because we've done this a number of times. We know some of the hiccup points, and we know how to train each other and give each other the things that we really need to know to take those next steps. So yeah, you know, they had some training beforehand, but they had the skills of their experience. And we're ready to pass those skills on to the newer astronauts and get them in the fold so they all know how to operate and work in space. So all of us have been in tune with what they've been doing, and just loving the fact that they've gone up there with a new spacecraft and they've come home with a brand new spacecraft. And I know some of the new astronauts in our office are looking forward to flying on a Dragon and eventually on a Starliner.
Well, if you're wondering what exactly you're watching on your screen, NASA's telling us that there's a fast boat collecting the parachutes, and the other boat is for recovering Dragon. You can see this team member rather, who obviously is quite well trained attaching the rigging. And even though that camera is a bit shaky, the water is like glass. So really good conditions. It turned out to be an ideal day for this splashdown. It's just about 20 minutes or so until the capsule lifts. So we're going to stick around and try to see that happen. Pam Melroy, also watching this, I'm sure, with a lot of interest, are the rest of the team up on the International Space Station. We're talking about Chris Cassidy, the station's commanding officer, also the cosmonauts, Anatoly Ivanishin and Ivan Wagner, who've been the colleagues of these two astronauts for these last 2 months. They became part of the crew of the International Space Station for those 60 or so days. And so you know that everyone else still on the International Space Station has been watching quite closely and carefully to make sure that this was all going off very safely today.
Yeah, it's an interesting experience, you know, as a visiting crew member. You know, we did it on shuttle, and of course, for station, it's a way of life now. Three go up and you know, join three there on the station. Then there's a handover for the commander, and one crew goes home, and then another three come up. And but it is sort of an interesting feeling. I mean, I'm just minded actually of when on my last flight, I brought astronaut Dan Tani up to live aboard the space station, and then I had to leave him behind, which is, you know, a little hard. So I was watching very closely when he came home, and I know he was watching us very closely when we went home without him. It's kind of interesting. I think everybody is just fascinated by this. We want to learn, and everybody's, you know, excited, especially if they're on the station, wondering if their next flight is going to be on one of these vehicles.
This is live coverage in the Washington Post. You can see their Crew Dragon named Endeavour by Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley bobbing there in the Gulf of Mexico. The recovery boats pick up the parachutes, pick up Dragon itself, and the big moment for these astronauts will be getting, you know, coming out of the capsule, being on board that boat, and then ultimately, I would imagine, Sunny, seeing their families. What are the big moments for you as an astronaut when you have come back to Earth? What are the big moments, the hallmarks that tell you that your mission is complete, that you've had a successful trip?
Yeah, interesting question, Libby, because there's just so much going on. Like I mentioned before, seeing a lot of people was a little overwhelming to me. But you know, the successful trip, of course, they've had one. This is just incredible. You know, they probably hear the boats outside right now, so they know that they're you know, they're surrounded by the folks that are going to get there. They're talking to them, so surrounded by the folks that are going to get them out of the capsule. You know, then getting out of the capsule and onto the ship, you know, is the next thing. Like, okay, I'm out of that one vehicle on another vehicle. For us, it was getting out of the capsule and then getting in the medical tent, where we would then probably take off our spacesuits, what they're going to do. That's the next step. Just taking their time, making sure that they feel okay. You know, you mentioned earlier about how they might throw up together. Probably if they're strapped in still, they're okay. But when they get out of being strapped in and they're going to be moving their heads around, that's really when the provocative feeling of nausea starts to come in. So that's the next step. Hey, they're home. They feel gravity. They'll feel their heads feel heavy, and you know, their arms will obviously fall down, so they're going to feel heavy. You know, and then the next step after that is getting from the ocean here, the Gulf of Mexico, onto dry land. So whether or not the ship is going to drive them in or they take the helicopter back, you know, it's one thing at a time. And I think that's how I felt, like one step at a time. And then once they get onto dry land, whichever way they go, then they're going to get on an aircraft and probably get a medical check and probably get on an aircraft to come home to Houston, Texas. So it was one thing after another. For me, it was from Kazakhstan 24 hours before when I undocked and then came home. For these guys, it's just going to be a couple hours. It's pretty spectacular, actually, this landing in home waters here. So it's one step at a time. But like I mentioned earlier, they're going to see their families tonight. That's pretty cool.
But Sunny, you really put into perspective there when you point out that it's just a couple of hours of a journey rather than having to travel halfway across the world after you've just come back to Earth. NASA points out that as we're seeing this capsule in more detail, you can see there, Chris Davenport mentioned earlier, this used to be white. We're no longer seeing it that bright shade of white. Sunny, the last time you saw this capsule, it was white. But those external temperatures reach 3,500 degrees Fahrenheit. So Sunny, you were expecting this, I'm sure, but it is really evocative to see just what this Crew Dragon capsule has been through upon reentry.
Yeah, it's it doesn't seem that impressive when we look at Soyuz, because Soyuz is a black vehicle and a black heat shield, so it all sort of blends in, and maybe that's good, so it's not so scary. But to see this spacecraft that's white and now all charred up, it really gives you the sense of what has to happen to get a spacecraft back from space through the atmosphere. I mean, I think when I'm explaining this to kids, all those air molecules which you can't see, they get thicker and thicker and thicker, obviously, as we come into Earth's gravity and then onto the surface. And it's like rubbing your hand on a table or your hands together, and you can feel that heat. If you keep doing it more and more, and there's more molecules, obviously this is what's going to happen. So it's just that friction, that plasma that this spacecraft has come through, and those little guys inside had to survive. So that's the engineering challenge, to make sure not only that the spacecraft survives, but everybody inside can live through all of this. So it's a real testament to this innovative company who's been able to first take cargo up to the space station and then return it for us, which was awesome. After the shuttle stopped flying, we were able to bring science experiments home. And now to actually put a human being in there, take it up to space, bring it back home. It's just spectacular. A little scary, but we can do it. When we put our minds to it, people can do this thing. So it's cool.
Ellen Stofan, Sunny just said so well, how visually pointed this image of this blackened capsule is for all of us who are not the scientists and engineers who understand how this stuff works. That really brings it home. So I want you to talk, and reflect yourself about the technology. I do want to point out that as we were seeing there, some other boats around, NASA's just making sure that other boats, private boats not related to the mission, are staying out of the area and staying out of the way. Before I go to you though, Ellen, I want to bring Chris Davenport in very briefly. Chris, what will the moment be for you to say this has all been a success?
Well, I mean, right now, every single milestone has been successful, which is it's a huge relief. The heat shield, the parachutes, the splashdown, those fast boats, getting there, everything has just been working so well. Bob and Doug are, they seem healthy and fine. It's still, for me personally, and a lot of people I talk to, you want to get them on the boat. The capsule, they have emergency crews there in case anything were to go wrong, but I'll personally feel better, and I think a lot of people will feel better once they are on the deck of that recovery ship. Then what they're going to do, they're going to be checked out by medical personnel, make sure they're all fine and healthy through their whole ordeal. And the next step is that they'll be flown to shore on a helicopter, where there is a plane waiting for them to take them home back to Houston, Libby.
Chris Davenport, I noticed you were mentioning on Twitter that other companies, rivals of SpaceX, are tweeting and offering their congratulations.
Yeah, we just had a tweet from Blue Origin, which of course is owned by Jeff Bezos, who owns the Washington Post, but he's got a space company, and they're working toward building a very big rocket called New Glenn. They're actually not too far. They have a launch pad on Cape Canaveral, not too far from where SpaceX is, and actually very early on in the development stage of the Commercial Crew program. Blue Origin was a participant in that. They also have a suborbital vehicle called New Shepard, which is named for Alan Shepard, the first American in space. But it goes up to space and comes straight back down. It doesn't go fully to orbit. But there's been some rivalry. I wrote a lot about it in my book, between Blue Origin and SpaceX, between Jeff Bezos and Elon. So I thought that was worth noting, that they actually are coming together for this mission and congratulating each other, Libby.
Chris, it may seem astounding for many to realize this was a test mission, that this technology was essentially being tested out by these test pilots. Where do we go from here?
Right, so this is called Demo 2, demo for demonstration, and it's a test of the rocket, of the spacecraft, of the docking, of the reentry, and even this recovery part. They will now take the spacecraft back to the Kennedy Space Center, process it, check it, download all of the telemetry. Actually, they're going to start doing that as soon as it gets on the boat. They're going to want to recover the information on the flight computers as soon as possible. And if everything checks out, they'll go to that first operational mission with a full crew of 4 astronauts for a full mission duration to the space station of up to 6 or 7 months. And that flight could come as early as late September, Libby.
Christian Davenport, my colleague at the Washington Post, and also author of The Space Barons, if you do want to learn more about those rivalries that Chris was talking about earlier. Thank you so much. Let's go back to Ellen Stofan. Ellen, we were talking earlier about the technology behind this and how that blackened capsule is really evocative for all of us to recognize just what these astronauts, as well as this capsule, have gone through.
Yeah, and again, I was just out at Varhazy last week where we had the Columbia capsule, which was, of course, the capsule that took Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and Michael Collins to the moon. And it's got that same kind of charred look still after 50 years to the outside of it. You know, this is tough, but frankly, heat shield technology is something that NASA had to understand how to do. The Russians, then Soviets, had to learn to do back in the 1960s. And we've certainly gotten more and more advanced materials, lighter weight materials, because weight is everything. The more you have to, you know, the heavier it is, the more expensive it's going to be to put it in space, and the harder it is, as Sunny was talking about with the parachutes. So the technology push in this area has really been for lightweight materials that can withstand really high heat. And so there have been a lot of advancements over the years. But again, to me, part of what's evocative is this capsule doesn't look all that different from that capsule that we have at the Air and Space Museum that we celebrated its accomplishments 50 years ago.
That's pretty incredible, Ellen. Well, you can see there the recovery efforts that are underway. You know, if you just think about the investment financially of just even these vessels to get the capsule out of the water, to recover everyone safely, to recover the capsule itself safely. That main recovery vessel has a helipad on it in case they need to fly in and out, and it has a big SpaceX on top of it. You can see there now the efforts underway to bring Crew Dragon capsule on board. This capsule named Endeavour, the Endeavour name coming from the astronauts who are on board and waiting to just greet everyone on that boat and ultimately greet their families. Pam, I want to go to you to hear about what you're interested in terms of the research and the efforts that have come out of this flight.
Yeah, it's just fascinating watching all this. You know, I think there are some advantages to landing in water. It's just, obviously, it's going to be a softer landing. And you also have a much broader acceptable landing area. Or a little earlier, I was talking about how little we really can precision model the behavior of parachutes. And so having a little bit of a spread of an area, whereas, you know, for a land landing, you may not have a flat area. There may be some rocks, there may be, you know, trees and bushes and things like that. So there's some real advantages to this. And I think we're going to learn a lot from this using modern technology. And it makes me wonder who else is going to take advantage of this capability. I just think we're at a time when there's so many new vehicles being designed, so much work going on in commercial space, not just human space flight, but in other kinds of, you know, in satellites, CubeSats, small sats, and things like that. What, you know, is this going to make access to space easier? And I got to tell you, SpaceX is making it look easy today, aren't they?
They certainly are. Great point, Pam. You know, this has, of course, been practiced, but this is a whole new experience, I'm sure, for everyone involved, because it is the actual capsule that has returned to Earth after being docked on the International Space Station. We can see there a specialized team member. You just saw that that person right there. while the practice has been done and the rehearsals have been gone through, this is the big moment here to actually retrieve this craft from the water. Sunny Williams, everything is going off by all appearances flawlessly.
Yeah, this is pretty awesome. We've been out to this ship before to see how they work with the A-frame to be able to pick up a capsule, but this is the heavy one, the heavy lifter here with two people inside it. Other entities around the world have done this. With ocean science, they've also had deep sea vessels that they pick up with an A-frame like this. But this is a little bit heavy. It's a little bit big, and we were actually during the early parts of the program, we looked and asked and talked to some of those other people about some of the things that they were worried about, and just making sure all the mechanisms on the ship work. These guys have really worked at that, made sure that they have redundancy. This is not the place you want to have a failure. These guys have really are experts on all of this technology. Like the gentleman you saw who was on the spacecraft, or the specialist who was on there connecting up the lines and then jumped in. This has been, like you mentioned, been practiced, but it's a highly technical operation as it is, and doing the heavy lifting to get the astronauts out. This is pretty cool.
It's incredible, Sunny, and it's heavy lifting literally as well as technologically. And I do want to say this is a big moment because the Crew Dragon capsule is now out of the water. You can see it right there. It has officially been retrieved. It is on this vessel. This took even less time than we were perhaps anticipating that it would. And splashdown was only just about a half an hour ago, Sunny.
Yeah, they did such a professional job. This is really what we would expect as in a space agency, and as a customer. This is just the dream. Now the capsule's steady, so these guys inside probably feel a little relief. The next step is done. Now like I mentioned earlier, they'll slide the capsule to a place where they can easily get the hatch opened and the guys out, and then like I mentioned, the next step, if they haven't got out of their suits themselves, the folks inside on the ship will want to help them get out of their suits and get them all checked out. So, wow, you can even see the ship is underway. It's probably heading its way back toward shore already. So the capsule's strapped down and it's maneuvering. You see all those other boats around there. Everybody is enjoying the moment. It's pretty amazing.
Ellen Stofan, at a moment when so much of the globe is sort of on pause in such difficult ways because of coronavirus, this is a moment of motion forward. This is a moment of development and advancement, and it must mean so much both for you to witness as well as for the Air and Space Museum as it thinks about programming and sort of continuing to educate generations of people about the space program.
Yeah, today we've talked a lot about the importance of the space sector and the commercial companies and what we're doing, and we've talked about the science, but the inspiration, as you say, that we've seen here today, and seeing that capsule come up on this ship is just incredible. And it's this kind of thing that makes a little kid out there who's watching today say, I want to be an astronaut. I want to go to Mars. I want to invent a capsule that's even better and materials that are even stronger than those. Space is about inspiration. When you think about people from Elon Musk to Jeff Bezos who were actually inspired by the Apollo program, who are we inspiring today? And at a time with COVID, where I think maybe some of us we feel a little beaten down. And to me, the space program should always remind us, look what we can accomplish when we put our minds to it.
You can see there the Dragon capsule. It's going to be more moved forward rather to the hangar section, and they'll work to open up that hatch. And that is a manual process. Ellen, it's just as remarkable to see the technology here, even at play to raise that capsule, that heavy capsule up onto the vessel. That in itself is just, shows you the remarkable technology at play here.
It really does. And as Sunny says, I've seen things like this before when I've watched, undersea exploration folks bring those subs back and everything. But to see it and you say, this capsule was just in space, an hour ago, everything was in space. And now it's sitting on this ship and the people are about to get out. And it's really awe-inspiring. And I hope they make it look easy. It's not easy. This is really awe-inspiring.
Pam Melroy, we're standing by for the hatch to open. You can see that the craft was moved into sort of the belly of the ship there, and they're working to manually open this. It's just an incredible moment to witness, Pam.
It is, and I find myself thinking about Bob and Doug, and what did that feel like being scooted around? And but one thing I think I do know, and there is this magic moment when the hatch opens. You've been in space, and when you suddenly smell seawater and you smell the earth again, and it's like, wow, I'm back. That's the moment when you really know you're home. And here we go. Wow.
We're watching to see this hatch open. NASA says they are a go for the hatch to open, so we will hopefully see Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley in just moments' time. Pam, we heard Ellen talking about the inspirational nature of the space program. Doug Hurley was sending out these incredible pictures of Earth from the International Space Station, just showing sort of how fragile and potentially unified the globe is. And the astronauts have talked about how seeing the Earth from above is unlike anything that the rest of us can only really imagine.
Yeah, that's right. It's, we call it the overview effect. Looking down at the Earth, the amazing thing is going completely around the Earth, everything, every person you could ever meet, any place you could ever visit, any piece of music you could ever listen to, and you go completely around it in 90 minutes. And you can really see, I think it's most evident when we look at clouds and weather and things like that, but it's really, really obvious that
Again,
it's
we're preparing to open the side hatch, and once that is done, the flight surgeon will pop his head in, do an initial check, see how Bob and Doug are doing.
And Dragon SpaceX, we've got a slight delay due to some potential NTO hits near the side hatch.
Copy, Mike. We're standing by.
You're listening to audio from NASA. You can see those two dark circles above the hatch. That's where those drogue chutes deployed from, those first chutes that came out to slow down the reentry.
Nitrogen dioxide primarily can get detected in the air from the burning of fuel. So they're going to continue to just inspect around the capsule, make sure that it's, again, safe for the crew, safe for the recovery experts before they get this hatch open. But again, moving right along the timeline, it's since they splashed down at 11:48 a.m. Pacific. And so again, they're just pausing the operations for a moment, doing some additional air sampling around the prop system. We still have telemetry being fed from the vehicle, so flight controllers here in Hawthorne able to monitor prop tanks, propulsion tank pressures, and not seeing any issues with those at the moment.
So they're pausing to do some more air checks, and this effort being led, of course, from Hawthorne, California. That's where SpaceX Mission Control is. Sunny Williams, we're waiting for this hatch to open. I bet you cannot wait to see Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley.
Again, they're just sniffing around the capsule, making sure we don't have any readings that might indicate.
Like we mentioned, they're happy to be back on Earth, but all of us who have worked with them and seen them go through all this, it's pretty emotional to see them knowing what they've just gone through, back and fine, You're always worried about it because they're your buddies, they're your friends. You know, when I started watching spaceflight after I knew the people inside, it really left a different impression on me. And to know that they're back safe and sound, we talk about it all the time, but to actually see their smiling faces is going to be pretty priceless.
Looks like we'll be setting up a service section purge. We're working on an ETA for you.
Copy.
Yeah, this is space flight. Hurry up and wait.
In case if you're just joining us, NASA astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley have safely returned from the International Space Station. They made an on-time splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico just off the coast of Pensacola, Florida.
This is live coverage from the Washington Post, and we're waiting for that hatch to open. I've got astronaut Sunny Williams, a member of commercial crew, who will hopefully be doing her own flight soon through Boeing, a partnership with Boeing and NASA. I've also got Pam Melroy with me, retired astronaut and recent inductee into the Astronaut Hall of Fame, and also Ellen Stofan, director of the National Air and Space Museum. And we're waiting to see Bob and Doug, as we all have come to know them, come out of this capsule. Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, these test pilots who have gone up to the International Space Station, spent about 2 months there, and had a successful splashdown today. Really remarkable because SpaceX hit its time cue perfectly, splashing down at 2:48 p.m. in the Gulf of Mexico. They were targeting a number of sort of splashdown potential locations, and then once they saw how the tropical storm was sort of moving up the coast of eastern Florida, they were able to choose a spot in the Gulf of Mexico. This is the first time the U.S. has had a splashdown, a landing on water, in over 40 years.
Hey, Libby, just one comment.
Yes.
You can hear. You know, I'm just sort of curious about the windows. You can see on either side of the hatch there's 2 big windows. And, you know, one of the things on Soyuz, like I mentioned when we were talking about the entry, is there was a shield, like a film that burned off, so you can actually see through it once you've landed. So I'm sort of, you know, it's one of those things we talked about, debrief items and stuff like that. I'm wondering how those windows are and if you could see in them, because that's you know, I'm just as an observer watching this whole thing, that's another point. Like, how did they fare through all of that heating on the way back in? So that's what's on either side of the hatch right there.
Great, thank you so much, Sunny. Let's go to Christian Davenport, who covers the space industry for the Washington Post. Chris, we're waiting to get a glimpse of these astronauts and waiting for the hatch to open.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone wants that, you know, see Bob and Doug, see them give the thumbs up so that we know they're okay. Obviously will be a huge moment. You know, this is human spaceflight. They're going to move very deliberately, very carefully, step by step. They're not going to rush anything. They want to make sure that everything is safe. There are doctors and medical personnel standing by, waiting there. The first thing that's going to happen is that they're going to treat Bob and Doug, check them out, make sure they're okay. Another thing that's going to happen right away, there are engineers on board the ship from NASA and from SpaceX to almost immediately begin downloading that data, that telemetry from the flight computer, so that they can begin the process of analyzing the Dragon spacecraft to see how it performed. But you know, at this point, I mean, what a pretty cool moment to see the Dragon in its nest on the ship there, Libby.
Christian Davenport, thank you. So we're hearing from Mission Control and NASA that they've been checking for the nitrogen dioxide that arises from sort of burning off the fuel, and they want to make sure that those readings are okay before they proceed with the hatch opening. It sounds like that the vapor levels are declining, so we do hope to see the hatch open shortly. Sunny, it was such great insight you gave us about sort of what we're looking at here. Can you tell us more about sort of what we're seeing on the capsule? We talked about how those 2 black holes are where the chutes deployed, those initial chutes deployed. What else are you noticing?
Gosh, just looking, like you mentioned earlier, we looked earlier about the color of the spacecraft and the windows. It looked like there's some hazing over them. The hatch where they're working, probably, you know, pressure and environmentals. You know, they've got telemetry and communications with the inside of the capsule. But just, you know, quickly looking at the outside of the capsule, I think people are are taking a lot of note, probably comparing them to other spacecraft at Demo 1 that's come back before, and seeing if there's any difference because of weight and CG as the vehicle came into the, the atmosphere. Just looking how fast, I was noticing how amazingly fast after it got onto the ship in the A-frame and drove right over to the platform where they'll be able to take Doug and Bob out. And they've probably got, I noticed all the photographers around, they want to annotate exactly what the spacecraft looked like right after it came back from entering the atmosphere. That will make so they can make any engineering changes that they need to make it more reusable, more safer, more better. I mean, people are on these spacecraft like, right, like a a NASCAR team when the car goes into the pits, boom, 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 they're working on it right away. There's no messing around. But like Chris said earlier, they're taking their time because they don't want to make any mistakes, but they also don't want to lose any data. It's a sea environment there, and things change as the boat will come in. So they're taking as much time to safely open the hatch and get those guys out. But they also know they're in a stable, safe place right now, and so they have the ability to take their time and do the right thing.
Well, we're hearing that there is no indication of a leak inside the capsule, so NASA is not concerned at this point about what's happening. They're just making sure they've got through these procedures. It's less than an hour since splashdown. They're ahead of schedule by this point. So if you're biting on your fingernails wanting to see these 2 astronauts come out, you're not alone, but know that everything is sort of ticking through like clockwork and moving forward in this moment. Sunny, it was so evocative to hear Pam talk about how when that hatch does open and you smell the smells of Earth, something that I certainly hadn't really thought about. I was thinking about all the visuals and the sights and sort of how disorienting it is based on your description sort of physically, but even just the smells have got to be just such a reminder that you're home.
Oh, absolutely. I landed in the desert both times, once out at Edwards Air Force Base and then out in Kazakhstan. And like Pam said, they're gonna be smelling the ocean, of course, because that's where they are. I remember smelling sage and grass. And that real earthy smell, which you've just missed, you haven't been around. When you're up on the space station or in a spacecraft for a number of days or even weeks, months, like these guys are, they have not had that smell, those sensations. The things I missed was taking a walk on the beach, feeling wind in my face. When they get out of the spacecraft, they're going to feel salt air and wind. That's going to obviously hit home really close to home right away, that they are home. They're on planet Earth, and they were not there. They did not have those things for a couple months while they were up in space. So yeah, that's gonna be a little overwhelming. I would bet they'll get used to it real quick, but it'll leave an impression.
2 months these astronauts have spent at the International Space Station. Launch was just at the end of May, and that was historic. The first time a commercial endeavor brought American astronauts from American soil up into orbit and then onto the International Space Station. They had a successful 2-month mission there, and we are seeing, of course, the successful splashdown and recovery of the Crew Dragon capsule. All we're waiting for now is to see the astronauts, Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley, to see that wave or that thumbs up from them, to know that they're fine, they're okay, and that they are back on SpaceX property, making it there successfully. Ellen Stofan, let's hear from you about just how this continues the legacy and the tradition of sort of American entrepreneurship and the space program.
Well, you think back to those early days of Apollo, where from John F. Kennedy's speech at Rice University, it took 8.5 years only until we landed humans on the moon. So again, this sort of spirit of, if we really put our minds to it, we're going to invent the technologies, we're going to push technology forward. And I will say that has resonated in this country forward, because that investment that was made in really pushing technology forward had ripple effects that went out into other industries. And so when you see now a commercial company being able to say, NASA needs to go do the hard stuff, like getting humans to Mars, and commercial companies can take over the things that, again, I don't want to call this routine, but the things that no longer are so incredibly hard. Let's give that to commercial companies. Let's give it to Boeing and SpaceX. and they can do the route of bringing astronauts up and down, and NASA can focus on getting humans back to the moon and onto Mars. And so it's really, again, a sea change in how NASA operates. But to me, it's really one that's certainly grounded in the history of the space program, but really moving it to the next step.
President Trump has tweeted a welcome back to the astronauts, saying it's great to have the NASA astronauts return to Earth after a very successful 2-month mission. Thank you to all. And the former President Barack Obama also tweeting his welcome home and pointing out that the Commercial Crew Program was launched under his administration. And the former president writing on Twitter that it was created to strengthen our U.S. space program, and it's been great to see its success. Former President Obama calling this historic mission a symbol of what American ingenuity and inventiveness can come up with. President Trump there for the launch came under criticism because the Trump campaign used the launch in an ad that was criticized not only by Democrats, but also by astronauts and by the wife of Doug Hurley, because she was featured in the ad with her son. And the desire was not to have that used for propaganda or without their knowledge, and so that ad was not used after that. Politics aside, Ellen, this is a big moment for a commercial flight as well as for the U.S. space program. Talk to us, Ellen, about just what NASA gains from this moment.
You know, again, NASA gains being able to turn its focus from sort of the routine business of getting astronauts back and forth to the space station, gets to turn away from relying on Russia, even though they've been a good partner in this aspect. That's money we're not having to spend on seats on the Soyuz. It makes the U.S. space program a lot more resilient, a little more independent, and I think stronger because of that. And it allows NASA, again, to say, we need to really put our focus on doing the next really hard thing, rather than doing the things that are able to be turned over to the commercial sector.
This is live coverage from the Washington Post. We're waiting to see that hatch door open and astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley removed from Crew Dragon craft. So, Sunny, is it back to work tomorrow? How much of a break do you all get as you watch this moment unfold? The last time we talked to you when launch was happening, you were just in the midst of training as though it were just sort of a regular week like every other, moving forward on the efforts by Boeing to get you up in space.
Yeah, it is work tomorrow, of course. You know, we have a lot going on ourselves, and we have to keep pressing to make sure we're ready to go. We have, like I mentioned, some big milestones coming up for manual flying that we want to make sure we're ready to back up the software. And then the control team, we've been working real close together this whole summer, but we've got to sort of let them go and focus on OFT, that Orbital Flight Test 2 that's coming up this fall. That's a big milestone for the Boeing Starliner team. So that integration again with another Atlas V for spacecraft 2 to get integrated, all of that's going to go on, and we'll be part of that to help them along and learn more as that process is going on. But like I said, we've got the control teams for a little while longer, not much longer, to work through all of our manual control stuff so that we can be ready as soon as OFT finishes. We can jump onto all of that training for that crewed flight test that's going to happen hopefully early in 2021. The crews, both my crew and the CFT crew, we are also making sure that we're ready to go and operate on the International Space Station. The length of this flight, changed a number of times. It's dictated by the International Space Station program. We have obligations to our partners. We have obligations to the space station itself to do those upgrades. So we need to make sure that we're all ready. We need to be doing spacewalk training. We need to be doing robotic training. We need to be doing science training. And all that under the guise of COVID-19. And it makes things a little bit difficult, but we're learning and experimenting with new ways to train. So it's been a pretty busy spring and summer. And, like I said, we might all have a little bit of take a little break as as the flight control team start to prepare for OFT2, but we got to be ready to go as soon as OFT2 is done so we can get up in space too.
Sunny, many of us wondered if the coronavirus would halt everything. I mean, halt these missions. And no, SpaceX said, NASA said they could continue to press forward. They could keep moving forward. They could take safety precautions for the astronauts and the other teams, the crucial teams involved in this. How has coronavirus impacted your training and all the preparation and work?
Yeah, honestly, it really, if you look at the big picture, step away, it really hasn't. On a day-to-day basis, we would be in a room together, meeting and talking. But, we have great, amazing tech guys who have been able to give us amazing programs that we're, able to connect together and have those same quality conversations. But we just might be doing it in t-shirt and shorts versus getting dressed up and going to work all the time. And we've got great security systems that we're able to get into the databases and make sure that we are putting the right updates into the procedures or, into the training. I sit at home and watch a simulation of a launch and an entry, for example, and I could see all the data that the simulator has, and I can hear the voice communications, to make sure that all of us are getting trained and understand what's going on. There's a lot of self-work that goes on, and that it's nice, actually. It allows us to really concentrate on some of the fine details, is what our Starliner folks are all doing, Starliner crews are doing. We're really crossing the T's, dotting the I's on the procedures, making sure one leads right into the next, and really trying to help this very busy control team, like I mentioned, who's conducting the simulations and then getting ready for the next flight. So we're trying as best as we can to help them. But coronavirus has impacted us. We only come in when it's necessary. We're all monitored before we see the rest of the crew. I think one of the sort of funniest things is the spacewalk training, because once you get in your spacesuit, and go underwater, you're really in your own little world and you're in your own little quarantine. So, that's one of those places that really hasn't changed. But the rest of it, which requires multiple people, we've found ways and spaces where we can socially distance. Everybody is 6 feet apart. Everybody wears a mask, and make sure that we're keeping all the machinery, all the computers and stuff wiped down and clean. So yeah, of course there's overhead, but we're finding ways around it. And we, as the Navy, we say time and formation waits for no man, space flight waits for no man. We got to get this stuff done. The space station and our partners are relying on us.
Let's go to Pam Melroy and talk about what may be next. The Artemis program has the goal of getting back on the moon, and not just sending man to the moon, but also sending woman to the moon, Pam.
Yeah, it's exciting. I think to think about humans being back on the moon. Obviously a lot more women crew members now. That's a reasonable expectation and a reasonable goal to set. That will have that kind of representation. I think you can't underestimate how inspiring that is. I was hugely inspired by Apollo. I probably would have lost my mind as a little girl if one of the astronauts had been a woman at the time. Obviously, things have changed a lot. It's really, really cool. So, but I think the important thing actually is, and Sunny said it very well, is like, let NASA work on the really hard things. And it is staggeringly hard to go to the moon. I mean, the re-entry from the moon is a Mach 40 re-entry as opposed to a Mach 25 re-entry. So not only does that put great stress from a heat load standpoint, but also structurally. And so that, having that capability, the Orion spacecraft, which was designed to take that, very important. But, really the goal is a sustainable human presence beyond Earth orbit. And it's a massive logistics problem, right? I mean, just even, Sunny knows this, having lived aboard the station, the amount of supplies it takes to keep humans alive, but also to do the science that you need to do is tremendous. And now we're going to have to start shipping it all the way out to the moon. But, that's great. I mean, I think if we will start to see things happen like logistics caches, Lunar Gateway, maybe in other places. And we can really focus on some of those very tough problems of radiation, and gosh, the science is going to be just amazing. And what we really hope is, with the help of the Perseverance rover that just launched, and the, kudos to China and UAE for also launching rovers. We need to study Mars a lot more before we feel confident about sending humans there. And we'll get a chance to practice on the moon.
You can see there Hawthorne Mission Control, Hawthorne, California. That's where SpaceX is located. And they're the ones who've been calling the shots for this mission. Pretty incredible and symbolic of this partnership between SpaceX and NASA. Now, you can see their Crew Dragon capsule. And when we do finally see Bob and Doug, Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley coming out of Crew Dragon capsule, they'll be getting help. And that's normal, as we've been hearing from our astronauts who are our guests. Returning to a gravity-rich environment can wreak havoc on the system. And so don't be alarmed if you see them needing some help to get out. They will also get a physical exam, a checkout from flight surgeons who are on this vessel. So that will happen as part of this routine effort. Let's talk more about sort of the next steps here. The Artemis program we were just speaking about, Ellen Stofan, is huge because it does sort of bring us back full circle to one of America's early goals when it comes to space travel.
Yeah, that's right. Getting humans back down onto the surface of the moon. But Pam also mentioned the Lunar Gateway, which I think is really important. That will be sort of a small station in orbit around the moon. And that's, again, to me, sort of think of it as like a precursor module to the craft that we will need to get humans to Mars. And one of the key things for that is long-lasting life support systems to make sure that you can provide air that the astronauts can breathe, that doesn't have too much carbon dioxide in it for long periods of time without huge amount of maintenance or failure. The other thing is right now on the space station, we recycle in the high 80%, maybe 87% of the water on the space station. Yes, that means they eventually drink their pee. But to get to Mars, we think we're going to have to recycle somewhere in the mid 90s, so 95%. Otherwise, you have to bring all that water with you. And so these are the technologies that will really be pushing out by the moon, this reliability issue. And frankly, I mean, Sunny and Pam can comment on this more than I can, but even making sure you have something as practical as a toilet that works consistently and doesn't need to be fixed all the time. We need a reliable craft to get us to Mars. We'll practice that out at the moon.
Sunny, things that we take for granted, as Ellen's describing for us, are invaluable to you. And every bit of technology has to be thought through and done with intention.
Amen to Ellen's comment on the toilet. I can't tell you how I probably have validated the plumber experience of my time up on the space station. I think I really know how to fix at least a space toilet. But we're doing even that type of science up on the space station. We've got a new toilet up there that we're trying out. We're trying all this stuff out to make sure as much as we can here, low Earth orbit, to make sure that we'll be ready for Gateway. We'll be ready for building a sustainable space station in presence on the moon. So, we're working as best as we can with the International Space Station program. Like I said, we have obligations to them to uphold, to make sure that we can move into Artemis correctly with the right foundation, so we can put people on the moon for an extended period of times, or on Gateway that could go to the lunar surface on a regular basis. So we're working on it, and it's a lot of fun. I mean, this is, like you mentioned, if you want to talk about inspiration, when I'm talking to kids, everything that it takes to live here on Earth, you have to be able to do that on this International Space Station or on the moon or on Gateway, so people can thrive and they can take that next step in technology and science. So, just even having the thought of going to the moon, the thought of going to Mars, makes people start to think a little bit outside the box and be creative and try to figure out how we're going to do it. Like you said, Elon mentioned it a while ago. His goal is getting to Mars, but this is a stepwise process that we have to take this step by step to make sure that we do it correctly and we bring people back to Earth like we had today, which is pretty awesome. I look at those rovers. Perseverance was just an incredible launch the other day. It has a long journey to get to Mars, but her and the rest of her compadres on the surface of Mars, I look at it like they're looking for the optimal place for us humans to land and live. So we'll let them do their job while we figure out these other things to make sure humans can be sustainable and live in these these very harsh environments. It's fun. It's cool. And if you want to be an engineer, you want to be someone who comes up with how the food is made. You want to be someone who decides the clothes that we would wear. All of it. It all is encompassed in space travel. It's pretty awesome.
That's so great. Sunny Williams, thank you so much. Well, it's just about an hour after splashdown, a little over an hour and 4 minutes. And here's what we know. They're still trying to purge the vapors around the vessel, and the levels are dissipating successfully. So there's no concern at this point about the crew's safety. Mission Control asked Doug Hurley if they're doing okay. Commander Hurley said, no need to rush, be safe. So this is just a matter of waiting. The hurry up and wait that happens, that we heard our guest talk about earlier, that is just part of sort of these missions. A reminder that even though Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken have come back down to Earth and they're on this vessel in the Gulf of Mexico right now, there are still others on the International Space Station. The station's commanding officer, Chris Cassidy, an American astronaut, is there, and also 2 Russian cosmonauts, Anatoly Ivanishin, and Ivan Wagner. I'm sure they are watching to see Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken come out of this capsule. NASA's saying it's going to be, we're hearing from NASA rather, that it'll be taking 5 minutes or so to disperse those vapors. So we'll continue watching this feed to see when the astronauts emerge. Let's go to Christian Davenport, our colleague on the space industry beat. Chris, Elon Musk sunk over $100 million of his own into SpaceX. He and Gwen Shotwell, who we're seeing images of at Hawthorne, at Mission Control, have been working on this for decades now. How much does this mean to the SpaceX team?
For SpaceX, it's all about human spaceflight. I mean, that's why Elon founded the company in 2002. Ultimately, the goal has been to fly humans. I mean, their first spacecraft was called the Cargo Dragon. It was designed not for people. It was designed to fly cargo and supplies experiments up to the International Space Station. And yet, it had a curious feature. It had a window on it. And that was a reminder and really a symbol to all the people at SpaceX and NASA that the ultimate goal was to fly people. And now they've done that. They've done that first test mission. You know, we're waiting for Bob and Doug, obviously, to come out of the capsule. And what we're seeing now, I think, Libby, just shows you how careful and deliberate they're going to be. I mean, you know, here we are sitting on the edges of our seat. We really want to see Bob and Doug. You know, all of the viewers want to see Bob and Doug, but they don't really care about, you know, the audience. What they care about is making sure that Bob and Doug are safe and that they're not going to do anything until the conditions are just right for them to come out, Libby.
Chris, next steps here. Where does your reporting go from this? Hopefully you get a little bit of a break. I know you've been literally working around the clock. Where do things go from here?
Well, I mean, it never ends, which is a good thing for me. I guess it's job security. You know, right from this, we're going to go into the processing of the Crew Dragon, and NASA's going to have to sign off on it and make sure everything's good. And then we go to that mission coming up, the operational mission, Crew 1, potentially at the end of September. Sometime by the end of the year, in November, December, Boeing is going to do that uncrewed mission with Starliner. That will be a big deal. Then you're going to have Crew 2 for SpaceX go in, say, the spring of 2021. And for Boeing, if that Starliner uncrewed mission goes well, they'll have their first demonstration mission, that test mission with NASA astronauts. So things are really speeding up. And of course, NASA has got its Artemis program. They are working really hard to get back to the moon on an expedited timeline. I mean, the nominal goal is 2024 to get astronauts back on the moon. I think that's a little ambitious. I don't know that they're going to make that, but they're moving with a real sense of urgency to get humans back on the lunar surface. So a lot going on, Libby.
And Chris, do you anticipate coronavirus, COVID-19, slowing any of this down? I mean, it has just impacted, and sort of, we've seen so many things grind to a halt because of it. However, this has been able to just sort of move forward and successfully go through this mission.
Yeah, but the coronavirus, you're right, has had a huge disruptive force on the aerospace industry in general. I mean, that is just work you have to do in close proximity. The Space Launch System, the SLS rocket, that Boeing's building the core stage of that for NASA, they had to stop work on that, so there were some delays there. for NASA, for the Commercial Crew Program, they got sort of a special dispensation to keep working and pressing ahead with that program because they've got astronauts on the International Space Station. That's an investment from the United States government of about $100 billion, even more than that. So they want to make sure that the United States has a continuous presence on the ISS. So NASA and SpaceX were pressing ahead, but no doubt the coronavirus has had a huge impact, Libby.
Final thoughts from you, Chris Davenport, before we let you go?
I mean, you know, everything so far was great, and it's just typical of human spaceflight that, you know, you want that minute of relief, and you just got to wait for it. And they're going to be very careful, and, you know, I'm still a little bit tense. Probably don't have reason to be. I'm sure everything's fine. You know, we heard Bob and Doug. We heard Hawthorne talking to Bob and Doug and saying, like, you know, out of an abundance of caution, we're going to go slow. There's no rush. We want to make sure everyone is safe. And Doug Hurley inside the capsule was like, no, absolutely, we agree. So they'll move at the pace and open the hatch when they feel like it's ready, Libby.
Christian Davenport covers the space industry. He's also the author of The Space Barons, which looks at this race to flight among commercial entities. Thanks so much, Christian Davenport. Appreciate it. Let's go back to our guests as we start to wrap things up here. Still waiting for Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken to come out of this capsule. Sunny Williams, what's on your mind at this moment as we watch to see this hatch open? Are you feeling a sense of relief? Are you feeling even more excited than you were this morning? Where are you at?
Yeah, you know, I guess relief and joy, I think, is the best thing because, you know, like we mentioned, like Chris just mentioned, you know, this is during the launch, this is a, you know, the door opening to the next ways that we're going to get to space flight, and we want to do it right. I think Doug making that call, like, hey, we just want to take your time, let's do it right, is sort of the mantra of Boeing also right now with the Starliner program. You know, they also didn't want to rush after they had their unexpected orbit insertion anomaly, and so that they want to get it right, they want to do it right. So let's not rush, let's take our time because this is so significant, because we are changing the chapter in the way we go to space with these commercial companies. We don't want to jeopardize, you know, the way that we're doing things with these new companies just because we're rushing to try to get to the, you know, the finish line first. We want to do it good because we want it to be sustainable. We want to do what Ellen mentioned. We want to have more and more people go into space, not just a select number of people. We want that to be open to as many people as possible, as best as it can be and as safe as it can be. And so people can change impressions, change their minds about how we live on this planet. I mean, it's bigger than ourselves. It's bigger than one or two astronauts. It's you know, it's bigger than NASA. It's about how we live and work together on this planet.
Ellen Stofan, I'm sure that's something you can really relate to that Sunny's talking about, just seeing this all is so much bigger than one individual or one test flight.
It really is. And so this is just a symbol of where we're going in space, how it's changing, how it's becoming, oh, there goes the hatch. All right, finally.
So we're seeing that hatch open. We're waiting for astronauts Bob Behnken and Doug Hurley to come out. A reminder that they may likely need an assist just because it's such an adjustment.
The hatch is open.
No, and seeing them come out like this is just, you know, this is the moment that we've been waiting for. And again, it is symbolic because the push into space is, I think, something that we need as a planet. It really is pushing technology forward for the benefit of all of us here on Earth. And the more people that can get up and see that overview effect and really understand that this is Spaceship Earth, it's the only planet we've got to live on. Oh, and here they come. So nice to see. Not quite, almost.
Pam Melroy, what is this moment like when you're finally coming out of?
You know, it's just fantastic to see this group of smiling faces, many of whom you know personally, just there to help you transition back to Earth. And you know, I'm just smiling as I'm seeing everyone sort of huddled around the hatch And you know, it's a homecoming, right? And lots of people who've worked very, very hard that you've worked with for years are ready to welcome you back home to Earth.
The person in the blue suit is a flight surgeon doctor. That's Dr. Stephen Hart. We knew that there would be crew on board here on this vessel to make sure that their health is good, and also just to understand what the astronauts are going through as they deal with reentry here.
That's right. For every person has a slightly different experience. So having a flight surgeon there is great. Here they come.
Yeah, and Libby, just one comment also. It's not a straight shot.
Sunny, I think I can hear you talking. What were you saying, Sunny?
Yeah, it's not a straight shot getting right out of the capsules. You know, they're the seats end where their feet are, and then there's a drop off to get out of the capsule. So it's not like you're walking off an airliner. It's a little more tricky than that. So this is also one of those things that takes just a little bit to get unstrapped, get out from underneath the display panel, and then you know, sort of jump down a little bit and then get out through the hatch. I'm not sure if I saw somebody going in there to help them with all that, but it's a little tricky, and they're probably sending out some of the equipment that they have in there with them just to clear the way a little bit better, like the footrests and stuff like that. That is probably what they're doing right now. And like you said, the flight surgeon is right there waiting for them. Not that there's anything wrong with them. It's just that, you know, getting back onto Earth, your neurovestibular system is taking a little bit of a hit. So you might be a little bit dizzy or disoriented when you turn your head fast. And just that weight of gravity, you know, it's nice to have a helping hand. And particularly, don't forget, they're on a ship, you know, that's in the ocean, in the Gulf of Mexico. It's not like they're on steady land right now. So, so a helping hand is always a way to go.
And we're seeing a stretcher on deck, but that's just a normal part of the standard recovery process, Sunny.
Yep, that's just normal.
Sunny, how long does it take you to sort of find equilibrium and get your sea legs, so to speak?
Yeah, you know, it varies from person to person, of course, and it varies of how long you've been up in space and how much you've adapted to the space environment. Different parts take different times. Neurovestibular, I would say, you know, 24 to 48 hours, and, you know, your brain reconnects with how your balance system works. Remember, you didn't have gravity to influence that inner ear balance mechanism that we had, and now all of a sudden you have gravity again. So that's that part of it. Then it's just, you know, your muscles have, you know, been a little bit at a relaxed state while they're up in space. They haven't been taxed as much as they are here on Earth with gravity. And so that just takes a little bit while, you know, granted we have exercise equipment, but some of those smaller balance muscles, the ones in your head, the ones in your calves that help you on a day-to-day basis, those really haven't been entirely exercised like they are on Earth. So all that takes a little while. For me, it was about 30 days till I wasn't tired because all of that readaptation. And then about a day before I got my like fast twitch muscles back where I could run as fast as I could before I went to space. So I had a longer mission. I had about 6 months. And so that took me a little bit longer. I would imagine both of these guys also with experience, you bounce back a little bit quicker just because your body remembers. It's pretty much of a fascinating thing. The more times you've gone to space, the sort of better you can readapt going up and going back because your body somehow remembers all that stuff. You don't have to train it to do it. It just does. So I would imagine these guys are going to be a little bit tired initially, and then they'll be in rehab with their physical trainers starting, if not tonight, tomorrow, and getting back to normal in the next month. Absolutely, back to normal.
And Sunny, let's point out that you were the first person to complete a marathon in space. So when you talk about your muscles readjusting, you really know what you're talking about. You're someone who's done it all, who's basically done it all. So the stretcher that's there, it's the safest way to transport the astronauts so they're not trying to sort of leap up and start walking out there. So don't be surprised or alarmed if you see the stretchers there, if you see them moving them to a safe place. We are hearing that Bob just got on the communications to say thank you for doing the hard part. Mission Control in Hawthorne, California has still been in communication with the astronauts here as they've been working on getting them out. perhaps the final word from Bob Behnken to Mission Control before he is removed with some help from this capsule.
Anybody who's touched Endeavour, you should take a moment to just cherish this day, especially given all the things that have happened this year. We certainly can't thank you enough. Our families can't thank you enough. And just proud to be a small part of this whole effort to get a company of people to and from the space station day and celebrate with each other.
See some,
and we'll talk to you soon, hopefully in person.
It was Doug
Thanks so
Hurley
much.
there talking to Mission Control.
And we all wish you a safe journey home
can-
and a happy reunion with your family soon. And we look forward to seeing you in person as well.
Some really nice words there from.
That's Mission Control there. You could hear a conversation there between Doug and Mission Control. Doug saying he just wants to echo what Bob said and cherish this day, showing his gratitude and appreciation for the men and women back at Mission Control in Hawthorne, California. That's the team of SpaceX guiding this mission to completion.
My positions there, yeah. Those words were from Doug, and we have Bob that just came out first.
So Bob has just come out of the capsule, Bob coming out first, and now they'll work on getting out Doug.
And now they're going to work to.
So Sunny Williams, we've seen Bob Behnken out of the capsule. How are you feeling right now?
Oh, psyched. This is just simply awesome. You know, there they are. They're both fine. They both said some really awesome words, which echo so strongly with all of the people who have been involved in all of this, and all the hard work. It's years, like you mentioned earlier, you know, a long time to get to this point right now. And they're back, they're home, essentially, you know, and they're fine. You know, that's the biggest part of it. You know, I've heard the program manager say before, like, you know, it's one thing to launch them, but, you know, we need to get them back home safe and sound to their families, and we're 99.9% there. It's spectacular. It's a spectacular day. It's been a spectacular mission, but this is simply a spectacular day. Truly awesome.
Bob Behnken safely out of the capsule, out of Endeavour, and we're waiting for Doug Hurley to come out. You just heard a few moments ago, Doug Hurley expressing his appreciation for Mission Control in Hawthorne, California. Pam Melroy, is this the moment that you've been waiting for, as Sunny Williams has, and Chris Davenport's talked about, to be able to see these astronauts come out, know that they're on, if not soil, they're on Earth, they're on a vessel in the Gulf of Mexico, and know that they have returned home?
Oh, absolutely. You know, when it's someone you care about, you just don't believe it till you see it, and you have to see it. And what's fun is also remembering that at this moment, what a relief, right? They have been working hard, very hard all the way. And now they're on someone else's ship and they can take a rest. And I'm glad for them.
That's such a great point, Pam. They are on someone else's ship.
Yeah.
Both of these
can let
astronauts
somebody
married
else
to,
do it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
somebody else is at the helm. That's right. Both these astronauts are married to women who have also been astronauts. One of them will see a spouse hopefully go up in a capsule as part of this program. There's Doug Hurley. He's just come out of the Endeavour, the Crew Dragon capsule. You can see the team there assisting him, and Hawthorne, California Mission Control with applause. Just thrilled to see this happen. You can see Elon Musk there, and Gwen Shotwell, the president and COO of SpaceX, who's been there for nearly 2 decades at this company, since 2002, working alongside the rest of the team there to get to this day. Elon Musk with the ultimate grand vision of having humans on Mars. This is a big step, though, for NASA and SpaceX and their partnership for the Commercial Crew Program. So Elon Musk taking off his headset and his jacket and grabbing his jacket there, and you can see all the applause happening. Let's go to our guest for final thoughts. Ellen Stofan, a historic day, and you can certainly appreciate that as director of the Air and Space Museum.
Such a special day. And the fun part of my job is this is history that doesn't end, right? Every day you see new things happening, but today is truly special. We've done things, landed in the Gulf of Mexico, first commercial crew landing. This is just really exciting, and it's really moving the space program forward in a way that I hope inspires the next generation, especially that first girl who will walk on Mars.
Celebratory drinks being poured at Mission Control in Hawthorne, and you can see there Elon Musk coming in and out of your screen, as well as Gwen Shotwell. Thank you so much, Ellen Stofan. Let's go for final thoughts to Sunny Williams. Sunny, as you told us, tomorrow is another day at work, but what an exciting way to start your Monday tomorrow.
Yeah, the door is open. That's what it means to me. It's like we've done this commercial crew program, our first flight up to the International Space Station and back. The door is open. We just have a lot more to go, and we're all ready for it. I think everybody's going to be chomping at the bit to get to work tomorrow on Monday to keep pressing and get the next crews ready to go for both Dragon and in my situation, Starliner. So we're ready to take the challenge and carry the torch. And like Ellen said, it leads the way to going back to the moon, and the next man and the first woman. It's going to happen. It's going to happen before we know it. It's pretty cool.
And let's go to Pam Melroy, who's among the newest class of inductees into the Astronauts Hall of Fame. Pam, we'll see if some of the people who were involved in this today end up becoming part of the Astronauts Hall of Fame someday. I'd love to get your closing thoughts as we witness history.
No, that's exactly the way I view it too. I wonder if someone who is watching today will be the first person to set foot on Mars. And if I will be watching them online, telling stories and sharing their experiences while we're, watching this. This is just the beginning, as Sunny said. The door is open now. And one of the things that I'd just like to finish with is I am very, very excited that the American people have a chance to see firsthand again their space program at work. To be able to launch and to be able to come back to our country. I think, astronauts have been safely and successfully going to the space station from other countries for, almost 10 years. But it means something special, right? To see your own space program coming from your home soil again. So very, very exciting moment.
Thank you so much, Pam. So the journey for these astronauts is not quite over, although they are obviously in good hands. The next stop is a helicopter to a plane, which will get them home. So we'll continue to keep tabs on their journey. The words of Doug Hurley as he saw his colleague Bob Behnken brought out of the spacecraft to safety. He said to Mission Control, to anybody who has touched Endeavour, you should take a moment just to cherish this day. And you can see that Mission Control in Hawthorne, California has been doing just that this evening. Well, what a remarkable moment in American history and space exploration. We're very grateful that you spent it here with the Washington Post today. And at a time of a global pandemic, it's more important than ever for us to gather together and share moments like this filled with human courage and hard work. So thank you for supporting the Washington Post. Please be sure to subscribe, whether you're watching on YouTube or subscribe to our paper from our homepage, so we can continue to bring you moments like this. I'm Libby Casey, and I so appreciate you being here. I'm going to leave you with this feed from NASA so you can continue to watch things unfold. You can see there Mission Control in Hawthorne, California. Of course, it just went black, but if that feed is still up and running, we'll bring that to you momentarily. But really, the mission is complete here. The effort is done. And so we will leave you here with the Washington Post. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll continue to keep track of the space program as it unfolds. Take care.